This is, came from that discussion that we had regarding those 15 loans that were out and our repayment.
Okay, hold it. Go ahead, Norman.
Mine is just a request from the chief of staff.
You want him present?
No,
Oh, is it? Oh,
it's just a motion that you
okay.
okay to make for him.
All right. Go, Jackie.
I think, you know, with our audits, they're really crucial to the tribe. Can we just get like a audit update from Tony during, I think maybe on 13? Just kind of add that on there?
Okay. Okay, nothing else on the motion. Go ahead, Dave.
I'm gonna put that, I can't remember what it is, the insurance payment for land. I was trying to get a hold of Sean to see what has to be on it, but if I can get a hold of it, if not, we'll put it on next.
Okay. No other additions or motion to approve? Motion by Norman, Blaine, second by Blaine. B, sorry, B, second by Blaine.
Dave Kelly,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Norman Stacking Soldier,
Yes.
Luann Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Dave Queer,
Yeah.
Blaine Little Thunder,
Good.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Beef Randall, 9 yes, 1 not voting.
Motion carries. Okay, next is approval of minutes. You guys a chance to read them, go over them.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Julie.
Did we get an update from property regarding CPA advertisement and where it's posted at?
Blaine's looking in her email right now. Go ahead, Julie.
One more question regarding the budget meeting, finance meeting. Did you guys come up with a date yet? That's just to add to the calendar because I know a lot of things are coming up for March.
Well, he was supposed to set up a meeting in 2 weeks. He didn't talk to me about it, but
I'll get with him and see what he came up with on that, so I'll text him.
it'll be next Thursday.
I think, Chairman, too, the diabetes program, we took action last week to get all the documentation stating that the diabetes is officially closed down, which it isn't, but we, because of the property, wanting to give out his property, so. Did they get anything to us?
Wasn't there a paper someone passed out last week?
Yeah,
Okay,
it was that, they could not utilize any of that property because it was still diabetes, was still, funding was there, it was never shut down, so. But they're utilizing, they're trying to utilize the property from property supply, so that's why we wanted him to show.
okay. Lynn's just waiting to email from Dwayne again, so just waiting on Dwayne's response.
As long as he responds, if you could just get that.
Okay. Go ahead, Norman.
I'll just make a motion. I think we're approving the minutes, right?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, motion by Norman, second by Jackie, approve the minutes for the motion.
Steve Kelly,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Norman Stanley Soldier,
Yes.
Julianne Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Dave Poyer,
Yeah.
Blaine Little Thunder, Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Deep Randall. 9 yes, 1 not voting.
Motion carries. We're gonna jump around on the agenda here with the ones present, so we'll go with the Oglala Sioux Veterans Committee, then we'll go with Mr. Palmer. So then we'll jump back to the regular items, but so these guys ain't sitting around waiting. Okay, go ahead, we've got Josie Eagle, the Oglala Sioux Veterans Committee.
Budget's in the packet. Budget's in the packet.
The budget's in the packet.
Right after the minutes, yeah.
Okay. All right, good morning. The Finance Committee, I really appreciate you guys having us on this morning and so early. My name is Josie Eaglebold. I'm the president of the Lakota Veterans Committee, a chartered organization by the Oglala Sioux tribe. And today we come to the committee to ask and talk about our annual budget. This is our proposal. We're bringing it here today to you. And after years of work, I would say, we started this committee. We're just short of a year, but we started this committee back in May of 25. And different veterans have come to our table and advocated. Even before we were even chartered and recognized, we've helped veterans with some of the discrepancies, that be housing or some of the work to aim them with the VA and how to help. I mean, these are, what you see in your annual budget here is, what is it going to take to continue that help? What is it going to take to continue our help here in our community for all of our veterans across the reservation? And if there's any questions, I'm grateful to answer them. And it's exciting to talk about any of the questions we have because it's important. A lot of this stuff, all these line items that we have, and we can justify them. And so, I'm welcome to any questions about any of the line items we do have. One that I feel that's interesting is, and it's really nice to hear, especially what is going on right now in our country, is we have conflict right now. It's beginning to get rampant and wars picking up. And we do have a line item in here, and it's part of the Veteran and Family Support Services. And I don't know, there's veterans here in this room that are on this committee, and we have in the past, if you ever lost a loved one or you're having hardship while you're in service, while you're there, you've had to reach out and go to some type of relief program, and they would take a little bit out of your check. And here we put a line item in your emergency assistance fund, And I know we ran into a little bit of that whenever we had, last year, that was during, when they did government shutdowns and stuff. So our tribal members that are active duty, we don't want to forget about them. And furthermore, there's other ways that we support too. We look at a veteran who was just, we lost him, and he was a veteran, and he was 13 days short of 2 years, and therefore he doesn't get a headstone per the federal policy. But he's going to be buried at our tribal cemetery on Kyle, our veteran cemetery. And for us to be able to help the family during their hard time during that's something that's an honor to us to do that. He served his time honorably, and he was able to make that commitment. And, and sometimes those veterans just had different types of contracts, and it was a different time. So we feel really helpful to be able to do that. And these are just examples of things that we're going to be helping with moving forward. And I think it's a really, really good thing. We've organized, we've stayed committed to helping, veterans, and that's always been our goal. And if I could just kind of read you our mission statement, I know that you guys are just now getting it, but the Oglala Lakota Veterans Committee is dedicated to honoring and supporting the Oglala Lakota veterans and their families by promoting cultural perseverance, providing educational outreach, and organizing ceremony events. Reinforce community bonds and carry forward the proud tradition of military service within our Oglala Lakota nation. How are we going to do that? And if you look inside of your annual budget, what we're proposing, district level veteran support. We have 9 districts, and we're asking for $5,000 each per district. When we talk about supporting veterans and their families and being able to do the stuff, this is what we say is going to be helpful. We're not the only veterans that's going to be able to do everything. When we have roll calls, wakes, funerals, hardship, or if we have, some of the times we celebrate as veterans within our district. This money that's allocated to each district, that's where it's going to be resourceful. Even if it's a grassroots program and they're veterans and they need help, this is how we're going to be able to help them. Obviously we have bigger districts, smaller districts. Ultimately, we're being fair across the board and to be able to help. And that's the way veterans should work, is we believe that they should be able to, we all come together and be able to do this. That's the explanation for the district level. If anybody has any questions on that. Yes?
You got Jackie the day. Sonia the day.
Thank you. Just want to say good morning to our veterans and just welcome you here this morning. The veterans, I really do support the veterans because I also have my husband who's a veteran. Also, my father was a Korean War veteran and uncles. And so I do come from a family of veterans, and I'm really proud of that. And so, but I think that looking at your budget and your bylaws, when it comes to the districts, you want us to allocate that $5,000 from each of the 9 districts. But I wanted to ask you, did you go to the districts and meet with the districts on that part of your budget? Because I think our executive boards probably, I know some districts don't have executive boards, but some districts do, like our district, Wakami. So I was just asking if you, had a chance to meet with them to request for that, because we give them allocation. I think the allocation used to come from the casino, but we haven't given it to them, since it's really been a hardship on the casino part. But they get money from the tarot. They get a percentage from tarot. And I think that it would really be good if we can maybe touch base with the 9 districts first and ask them if they're able to give that $5,000 as part of their budget. And so I think that's my question, I guess, to the Veterans Committee.
So as coming in and being a new chartered organization to the tribe and being recognized, we have yet to make this outreach. And we are happy to go and do it. And it's something that's been discussed at the table at our committee meetings is how are we going to reach each district? Let's attend their meetings. Let's find out what's going on. And, you know, veterans are reluctant to always not try to allocate money that belongs to the community. And, you know, we didn't really design it at our table that we want to share the same money with what's there set aside for the community. You know, we wanted to always ensure that veterans aren't taken away from our community. And so going into it and with that idea, it's definitely something that we should be able to talk about at our table now. Absolutely. And we don't see the funding from the districts, but if that's one of the ideas that's out there, that's something we can start looking into.
That was my question. I guess I just had to ask that question because I think some of us, our districts, we don't want to speak on their behalf because of the executive board. You know, they always want to make sure things are run through the executive board. And, you know, once I think they do approve that they will give 5,000, you know, yearly, is this yearly, right? Then I think that something should come from the districts, you know, letting us know that they do approve it. And that way I think the council could write it into the budget, because I really do think that some districts, I don't know how they're financially set, so I really hate to speak on behalf of the districts right now until we can see where their finances are financially. But I do support them, and I know that they will probably support me too, but I think we just need to make sure we're running it by them.
Thank you.
But
I guess my question is, and it's kind of similar to what somebody's asking. Is this money gonna go out to the district?
So what's going to happen is with this funding that we have here is that we want to encourage veterans within their district to organize. And when we talk about organizing, there's a lot of things that are discussion that's on our table. One of the discussion is, why is this veteran getting, when he does roll call, why is this veteran not getting as much support as this veteran? This person has been well known in the community, he'll have a ton of veterans, but we don't have a set standard when it comes to helping in that way for our veterans. And so what we're doing with this funding is we're encouraging that type of action when it comes to possibly their own community events. It's not just about roll calls, but that's what I mean for whenever it's hardship and celebration, we want to be able to encourage those smaller groups to be able to help, because we know as a committee we can't do everything on our own, but we want to be able to push them out. Thanks.
Well, that's part of it, but, well, I guess where I'm going with it is that I think the last time Porcupine had an active veteran or active posting was 291, I think, or 2, anyway, was the Lake Dalbert Tail ran it, and now they're not active anymore. So are they going to help get them organized? Because what I see, this is what I see. The one in Eagle Nest is that almost every vet's wake and funeral and everything like that. So are they going to encourage these vets to organize in these districts? Because, and who's going to get this are you guys going to keep track of the 5,000? Are they giving it to the district, or where is it going? Because that's kind of what I want to know, because we can't give it to them. If they're inactive, what are you going to give them 5,000 for? Somebody's be happier now getting $5,000.
The $5,000 was how we're going to distribute the funding to them, each district. So as they come to the door.
In a lump sum?
No, sir.
Okay, then what?
No, not in a lump sum. Sorry.
That's going down.
No, not in a lump sum, not at all. You know, and this is all invited by veterans to come to the table, to come to our meetings. We have them every second Wednesday of the month. And as they come into the door, they're gonna have different things things they're trying to organize or something they're trying to help with, and we're gonna keep track of that with our treasurer and our committee to how much are we pushing out to them. For veterans, you know, like we explained earlier, is that the community already has its funding. So therefore, this is for us to help with veteran events, so.
Let me ask this then, how many active posts are there?
Currently, with losing the gentleman, veteran,
At Yellow?
Mr. Yellow Hair, we have we're down to one post, and that's over in Wounded Knee. And that's post commander is AC Nobright. And we're very active, you know, AC came to one of our meeting last night, and one of the things we didn't get to mention because we were actively working on this was that, and this is kind of the direction, is we've been there, from my understanding the history of a post, is that they've been down the avenue, and what's happening is that there's 9 different posts, and it's hard to recognize 9 different posts in one area, so, and this is a discussion for all veterans, it's not how we're leaning to this or that, but ultimately, one of the suggestions is having one post for the whole reservation. And we're not gonna be able to get into that unless we need this type of support to do things like that for our community, to be progressive, to be able to be organized. We need funding to have that outreach. If you get what I'm kind of aiming at, is that we need to be supported that way so that we can make that outreach and we can all get tighter. Well, the money's here. This is where we're pulling to. Hey, what do you think about doing one post? You know, and that's where we're really pushing, is trying to bring veterans all together in one spot. Thank you.
I just kind of wanted to get that clear because it's not clear how this is going to work. Because if we give to a district, and like I said, if you guys are going to keep it, then good, that's fine. Because I shouldn't say it, but I'm going to. Some of these districts, you give them $5,000 and it gets lost. One group gets everything. That's it. And so it has to be watched somehow. Thank you.
I just,
Julian?
Mr. Chairman, or
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, can I second?
Go ahead.
Can I help
Press
out?
the button.
Calvin Gosper, Oglala Sioux Veterans. I'd just like to add just a little bit to what Josie's saying. Mr. Pooh, your question is very real question. And we sat in our circle and we went through different scenarios. And we know that every one of the districts, they do receive funding from different resources or from the tribe. And the intent with this was to base this assistance to veterans based on criteria. And I'll give some for examples. If a veteran comes to the meeting and fill out the paperwork for a request, we got some great things going on now. You know, with Shawnee Keith, and they got the band going. They're taking veterans, you know, and we had a report from her, and things are moving along for our veterans, and they're making some strides. But going back to if there was a request for a veteran to, for instance, he shared a little bit about one of our fellow veterans who was like a classmate to some of these ladies in here, and I, out of respect for the family, I don't really want to go into it, but he wasn't able to get a headstone because he was 13 days short. You know, you get so many different requests, and I can imagine what this finance committee gets as far as requests that our needs are great. But narrowing it down, $5,000 is not a lot of money, and our intent is not to give $2,500 to one person. It would be for small requests like $100 per day, so $150 for that. That would lessen the burden on the tribe, maybe free them up from their workload. But if these people who are coming in, individuals coming in to request our veterans, and if we can assist them with that $5,000, a portion of that for each district, then that would help kind of minimize the things that you guys as leaders are getting, or our administration is dealing with. So that was the whole intent with this, and yes, we will develop a more, I guess we will develop a system, and we discussed it on how and when and what justification, or what do we do, or how do we weigh that for $100 request. It could be for an emergency propane. It could be for gas money to get him to a specialized treatment. The VA does not do sometimes specialized treatment, and we're all veterans. We could debate that back and forth, but what I'm getting at is our needs are many, and the scenarios are, there's so many different scenarios. And I know Sonia or someone else had a question. I don't know if that'd be for me or for Josie, but I just wanted to jump in and kind of shed a little bit more light on that. Thank you, Mr. Blue.
Okay.
One last question, so on here too, it says, parade supplies, are you head of the parade committee?
Is it, in the budget, is that for the powwow? No. I get it, yeah.
Are you done, Dave?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Julianne.
Beef was first, so I'll give it to
Go ahead,
Beef
Beef,
and then I'll
then
follow.
So at the beginning, you guys are just kind of a go-through right now, huh? To kind of help Dave to answer, to represent the rest of the veterans, you know, like in Wongley. You're just a go-through right now, because what Dave is saying too is that not all districts want to restart these legions again, or be part of these posts again. They don't like doing that no more. You know, that's kind of in the past. That's a past thing. So they organize in their own little blocks. They have their own people as veterans. They have their own choices. So that's a contentious thing at times, but it's there. You know, so not everybody is wanting to be a legion. That's yesterday's stuff, and not everybody wants to be a post. So you guys are gonna be the kind of the go-through people for now, later on, right?
Yes, definitely happy to help and be the go-through for the veterans. And, you know, what's interesting is, as I got into this committee and you start realizing how much veterans participate. Participation is low. Well, how come? Do they not feel supported? Do they feel like they don't belong at a place? Maybe they're still recovering and having a hard time from, you know, their past experiences. But ultimately what we want to do is, with this funding, we want to be able to have that outreach. And like I said before, is bring that veteran in, or that organization in, and have the immediate support. Starting this Veterans Committee, there was no support, right?
You know, right after the Vietnam era, there is a big drop-off in activities because of discharge problems, discharge issues, social issues. Being a veteran was not that much of a, you know, then the younger generation, you guys' generation, step back up again, now want to have veterans groups. But after the Vietnam era, there was a big drop-off, and they didn't support that idea. So it's good that we're making this step forward again, so, but thanks.
Thank you. We feel like it's a very progressive step to push out and want to reach out to the farthest corners we could of the reservation and get that veteran active, whether it be, you know, coming to a meeting, coming to the Veterans Hour, or just hanging out here with us and help supporting, you know. And this is our opportunity to make that happen for our veterans out there that are near and far away. So thank you.
Go ahead, Julianne.
Thank you. Good morning, Josie. So I have a few questions. One, I'll start with the first one, because it was mentioned a couple of times. What is the cost of a headstone?
From speaking with our VSOs, $3,200, and that's with installation.
$3,200, and if each district gets $5,000, potentially that district is out the majority of that money for asking for assistance or help, correct?
That is correct if we're looking at that line item of $5,000. However, we also have a contingency fund. We have support here with our with the family and what they can do. this isn't something that is said, hey, we're already gonna buy you a headstone. We'd love to bring that family into the meeting and see where we can find a middle ground, or where we can push to. How are we gonna get this actually done for this veteran? And, you know, we would love to just pay for it all in one shot, but it's a question that we got to bring up with the family.
Do you know about how many veterans passed in the last year for 2025?
How many veterans passed away in 2025?
We had 62 in 2024.
So using the number from 2024, 62 veterans passed away. And of those veterans, we may or may not know how many of them qualify for a headstone. So let's say half of them don't qualify for the headstone. We're talking about 31 veterans that you're considering assisting in a headstone at the amount of $3,200. That's more than the budget asked here.
That question right there is something that belongs, I think, at the table with the veterans. And because we all know that this situation doesn't come up. Really, it's rare that it comes up. When we speak about different statistics, and one of the statistics that we have is, and we thought about this, isn't it something that we're blindly looking at? Well, how much do we have to help? What's the holistic of this? And what we have is out to the veteran cemetery, out to the Kyle, is there's been, if I'm not mistaken, is it 3 veterans so far that are buried out there in this particular situation? And the cemetery's been around for quite some time. So with that being said, that's the statistic we're looking at.
So the reason why I use that as an example is because although we want to help as many as we can and recognize all of our veterans, no matter the amount of time they served, because I spoke on this a lot, being a veteran myself, serving 21 years in the military, I believe I can speak very well on the needs and the requirements it takes for someone to leave their homeland, their culture, their spirituality, serve, and then come back home. And it's difficult. And so to come back with no resources available to them is very difficult. And as a 21-year veteran, I should be able to step right in and make all those decisions for myself. But coming back to a reservation that is highly rural, it is very difficult. So when I speak on veterans, I can speak firsthand and not vicariously through anyone else. So it's commendable that you want to do that. I just ask that you look at realistic numbers. And then the other area is 11 members meeting a month, and that's a total, and you're requesting $250 for each of them. What exactly do the 6 general members do? How do they provide to the group? Or is that just 6? Is that a first come, first serve? Or what is that?
The question is, we're still answering that question, but we don't want to leave any veterans out. We're not going to give up on one another. And what's happening right now is, like I said, we started back in last year of May with this. And we've had all the members who that wanted to run in the elections, but the elections weren't held. And that was 11 of us. And so we started with them. And we kept going. And not every veteran could make it to our committee meetings. And it's been offered to have them across in Kyle or everywhere else. And that effort was because we weren't working for any stipends or anything. So, it's hard for people to get to their meetings. So right now, what we have for a quorum, when we make a quorum, is similar to this. We don't have a full quorum. We have what we do to make a quorum, and that's 7. And what we plan to do is when it comes to amending, we'd like to amend in the future, based off of our participation, is that we want to get down to 9 to represent the 9 districts. And if you look in our articles, is that we have the voting or the elections at large. And if you use all I know is your participation matters. It really does. How much you can be involved, how much you want to put forth with these veterans. And so right now, we have anywhere from 7 to 9 strong that are proactively helping. And so as time goes on, we're still working those out. And we might not use all that money, is what I'm telling you.
That's,
Real quick, I just wanted to go back and talk a little bit about the headstone situation. And the headstone situation is, you know, we're not the only entity that's working with this and who supports it. The other entity that supports it is the Kyle Cemetery itself, the Veteran Cemetery. And the last veterans that passed away that were in the same situation, the cemetery, they paid for it. They found the funding and paid for it. And so when I talk about meeting at middle grounds, that's what I'm speaking from, is the family, the Veteran Cemetery, and ourselves. And I feel like veterans are gonna help veterans no matter what, so, thank you.
and then, so I still have a few more. You're requesting $25,000 for the Veteran Summit held during LNI, correct?
Yes.
And then you're requesting another $8,000 for veterans activities. Have you considered what the cost would be to hold a Veteran Summit locally to allow for more participation with our local veterans who are not able to travel? What does the $25,000 allow? How many veterans? Is that who signs up? And the reason why I asked this is I was just offered to attend a veteran retreat. And I thought to myself, why don't we have veteran retreats for our veterans here using health and wellness that you budgeted for $10,000 and where we really need it? That would be an idea, and I'm just wondering, does that $8,000 for veteran activities get applied to the $25,000, which makes it $32,000? How do you look at spending that for the $25,000? Because it seems a lot if we're not going to be all-inclusive. I know the Veteran Summit uses other tribal veterans, and they bring them in, and that's great because I attended one summit. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend the last one. Have you considered what it would cost to have a local Veteran Summit?
We've considered that, and so what we have is $25,000 is allocated based off the funding that we needed to put on the last one that was held up in the Civic Center of their L&I tournament. Now, when we go into this, you know, we don't close our mind and come off to that we don't want to have anything local. We absolutely do. And there's been, we want to host 2 of them, realistically. You know, a winter one and a summer one. And we've been working, you know, diligently with different programs when it comes to this. And one of the ones is we have the county. The county has funding to help with opioid abuse in veterans. And those are somewhere we're going to reach out when we talk about being local. And this is just the kind of what it would cost. And when it comes to the Veteran Summit that's held in Rapid City, that's just a focal point for the Ochete Shakoi, for all veterans to get to know one another. So we can bring that crew in together and we can help across the board. Representing the tribe, being a chartered organization, I think it's an awesome opportunity for us to be able to help and put our name out there. And like you guys all know, this year was our year to host the Black Hills Cemetery for their annual event. And you know, we're looking forward to doing that, and it's on our agenda every time. And that's just an example of kind of where our direction is, our aim is. And that $25,000 is based off of what it costs to feed the veterans for a whole day. And we're looking to, you know, put out a letterhead to all the legitimate entities that have veterans for employees and say, support your veteran during this time. You know, buy them a room, give them some travel, get them to this summit. And that would help with a lot. I mean, we really, that's one of our biggest goals is making veterans feel supported. And so they don't have to they don't feel like they're alone. That's one of the biggest killers and hurts for veterans. Like, you know, the Vice President said that, just explain that. We are looking to have 2 summits. And one we held at the casino, I think that's the one you attended. And that was a really awesome summit. That was our first, it was infant stages. And now we have grown, and you know, creating that bigger venue is, and we had a full house at that last summit. So Yeah.
So the 25,000 covers 2 summits?
We want it to be able to. We want it to be able to.
And then you have inspection, structure and evaluation. I believe that's for the building at the casino, correct?
That's correct.
So this would be a one-time funding versus an annual funding.
Yes, so if you look at the operation utilities, we have that set for that building out there. But we think it's, with the condition that the casino's in and the soil, we feel that $7,500 evaluated for an inspection would get us to where, to help understand our situation with that building. It's been abandoned for so long now that we want to be able on the best foot forward with that building. So we feel allocating that $7,500 for that structural inspection is necessary. And getting an appraisal and understanding what is this building worth. So we have possible enterprise endeavors, if be the case, and we can help generate funding for our own committee and for the veterans here on our reservation.
So is the 10,000 a one-time funding?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. And then you put in here, you plan to meet with the districts, and the budget you set aside for meeting in the districts allows for 11 members to meet one time a month for the districts at $90 a person. And I understand that that's not always going to fulfill the 11 personnel meeting. And I argue that our further east or west side of our veterans are always going unrecognized. We don't have a lot of participation. And I believe that's why Akichita-Zuya has been recognized, has established on their own. And I think they do a lot as well for the veterans on the east side. So I like the idea that you're going to go or meet monthly at each of the districts. But I believe once a month is just not enough to meet with veterans.
And so we know that we're in a tough stage right now. We understand that we have things that we have to get accomplished, but we're not trying to get paid for every meeting. We had a meeting last night where, we've been having a lot of meetings that we have not been compensated for fuel and all that. However, this committee is not going to stop. We're going to have more meetings for sure in every month leading up to big events such as the Veterans Powwow, such as getting ready for elections and getting our 4 to 6 members that are going to come in and get them ready to get a spot. So ultimately, we are just asking for a little bit to compensate the people that are coming from far,
And then my last question is, your request is $292,000. The reason why I ask those questions is, where can we trim on some areas? What can we do to help you, but also understand the financial situation that we are in as well? So my last question is, what is the committee's plan to raise money on your own if this is an annual budget?
Like I was saying earlier, we have the opportunity to work with the county. We have the opportunity to work with ALV. We have the opportunity to work with grants, and we have a little bit of a space in there to start some grant writing. It says $3,000 allocated, and that's probably not even close to what's needed to get somebody to help write a grant. But it's a start, and it might be just somebody that's going to show us how to do it. Coming into this new technology of AI, it's less and less of a trade and more of a general thing that can be done. However, oversight is necessary, and I believe that $3,000 is something that we can find somebody that's willing to help our veterans. When it comes to us, and that's one of that thing out there with the building and the casino, how are we going to generate money for ourselves? And so I invite all veterans, especially on the radio show, through media, come and have your idea and vocalize it. Let's bring this idea forward together, what we're going to do with that building. We need an office space within it, that's a given. Are we going to get one post going? So right now, we're really just organizing, and we need a budget so we can start making moves beyond what we can do right now. As far as answering the question of what we can trim, so we didn't have a powwow, annual powwow, and one of the things we put out there was dancer day money. And so the way the veterans look at the powwow is as veterans, it's our job to ensure we're taking care of our community. So that's why you see one of the ones that says MMIR, Missing, Murdered, and Indigenous Relatives, and that's support. And our Crazy Horse riders that welcome in that spirit of Crazy Horse, we feel that's a grand day to go ahead and help implement that where the community could be tied together. And the next day we're gonna have a red dress special that evening of Friday during the powwow and welcome those families that lost a loved one. And that's our effort as veterans, to make sure that we're taking care of you and we're supporting you. You know, and that's something I wouldn't want to cut back on, but the dancer day money, and this is another thing, we have community, we have dancers, and we have veterans during this powwow that we have to look out for putting on this powwow. And so we're going to look out for the community, that's an explanation, and looking out for the veterans is, this year we're going to do a little bit different. We're going to make sure everybody has an opportunity to feel supported. Throughout the days as we plan our agenda, we're going to have it starting all the way from World War I and the conflicts, all the way to the current conflict we have now. And honoring each one. So when we get a call, hey, can you fit my loved one in and honor them? Well, what conflict were they close to or a part of? And we're going to do it during that time. Because we want the veterans to understand this is still a powwow. And we don't want to leave our dancers out. And so we're shooting for, last year we had $10,000 budgeted for dancer money. And that supports the community, but ultimately it brings a bigger venue and it brings a bigger powwow. And we're just looking to be progressive in that way and support and get a bigger powwow rolling. And
I just realized, under meeting stipends, okay, never mind, I got it now. The powwow I know is very soon. We're in the month of March, and June is approaching very fast. I know you don't have a budget for that yet. I'd see the proposed.
so if you look in the,
We have a finance meeting that was supposed to be scheduled 2 weeks. I believe they're working on it still. And I know a lot of high dollar budgets have been pushed to that meeting and where we can fit it in. The concern I bring to the committee is that they don't have money for the powwow as of right now. I don't know where we're gonna pull the money for that, but they do need assistance for the powwow. So would you, in 2 weeks, be able to be present also?
The meeting's next week.
Is it next?
Yeah.
Okay.
absolutely, we have enough support here to where someone on the committee will be present. If I'm not here, but my schedule's open, so.
Okay, because I believe you were here when I asked to add the restructuring on there. The reason why that restructuring for the FSA loan is because of the financial situation we're in and we're having to lower our payments. And that's why I say that.
The veterans, when it comes to understanding where the tribe's coming from when it comes to funding, we understand that the tribe is having a financial hardship. And, but the tribe is still operating, right? And we're asking if we can start operating. That's our question now, and we want to reference back what brings a lot of people together is it possible to get funding? And one of the big questions was, well, they've always said that there's money in the commission. We talk about that marijuana commission, and there was money allocated to veterans, youth, economic development, the tribe itself, and elders. And being organized like this, we feel that we have an awesome opportunity at allocating that funding to us. I don't know how it's seen and what it's rolled into, if it's looked like as if it's owed to us or not, but we don't believe it's owed to us. What we believe is that there's an opportunity for veterans to feel supported. It's something like that, and we're over here just seeing if we could get some type of help to continue our mission to help the veterans here and keep us all, everybody close together. But I'll give Calvin time he wants to talk.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to go back to, Mr. Randall had a question, and I don't know if it's Mr. Stanishoser, but one of the questions was brought up, what are you doing, are you gonna, in the future here, to generate, and maybe that was misspotted there, but, there's been a lot of discussion on what we can do and how we can, I don't wanna use leverage, because that's not the right term, how we can expand and come up with ideas for us to be, and create, and bring some money in. And, you know, everybody, what's unique and good about our organization, our group, is that we get input from all of the people who are attending. And again, I want to send just a reminder, any of you veterans and anybody can take part on the Zoom and have input. But one of the things that we talked about was, and it was brought up, that there's only one post, American Legion post. And in Legions, you know, back in the day, I remember my grandma used to take us to bingos, and we had the Legion in Rapid or in Hot Springs, they had these bingos, and that's something that we'd like to do within our organization, to start a Friday, Saturday bingo every week somehow. We've been in discussion with the gentleman, our manager at the casino. So there are things that we are doing that we're trying to do, to try to piece together and put together, and if it works within the casino, that's something that, and it's one idea. I'm just sharing one idea, because we all have different ideas of what we thought, what we think would work. And I know Ms. Spotted had questions, what can you do to trim the budget? And I'm gonna touch on this because Josie didn't really touch on it. We had, if I go back and look at the meetings and how many times we looked at the budget, trimmed it, took it down, if we do this, do it bare bones, no, don't put that in. This took some time, this budget. We didn't just throw it together. We put a lot of thought into it, looked at a lot of different scenarios, looked at a lot of real life situations, and this is what we came up with. And so, you know, I think Josie is doing a decent, very good job in providing the answers that you guys are asking. I just wanted to expand on some of that a little bit, that, you know, if that's what the committee is, and if that's where the committee is leaning, then if we need to, then yes, we would consider that. But we went through this thing a lot, and like he said, the red dress, that's a new thing that we wanted to do for the POW. The $5,000 for each one of the districts, that was something that we added in there, you know. Them are things that, if it gets to the point where we have to go back and start shaving, then I guess we'll go back and start shaving and looking at some of the things within this budget. But like he had said, our understanding was that there was funds available through the cannabis tax revenues for veterans, elders, youth, and other projects within the tribe. And that was our intention for putting this budget together. I just wanted to again, mention that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead, Sonia.
Hey.
Yeah. Well, I had a list here. Did you raise your hand? Or, just going by who else raised their hand. There you go. Okay. Yeah, I got you. I got Sonia, Jackie, Norman, Dave, Puri, and Dave Cali. Go ahead, Sonia.
Okay, thank you, Chair. You know, just going over the budget that the veterans are proposing, and when we talk about, you know, cutting in some areas, you know, and I know that Mr. Bolsberg said they really looked at this budget, worked on it, and they did what they could. But if you look at Oglala Lakota Veterans Power annually, we did always have them in the budget, but it always came under the general fund. So general fund always picked up the Veterans Power, and I'm kind of concerned because Ms. Councilwoman Spotted Bear said they're not in the budget. So I guess, you know, we better think about that here. And I know we're talking about a working session. Is that going to be soon?
Thursday.
Thursday, okay. So I think we should maybe move this at that time to the working session, but I really think that the general fund picks up the cost of the powwow. Now, I don't know if it's in that budget right now today. Where when did we take it out? I don't recall that.
I don't either.
So, as
There was
far
some
as I
budgets
do,
that were left out.
we fund them annually, so they should look at this 83,000 just for the veterans part, maybe that needs to just kind of be put aside, and then they can look at the rest of the budget here. I think I understand now where we're coming from with the 9 districts. It's like we fund that. We fund for the districts, and they handle it through the Veterans Committee, right?
Yes.
So, for the veterans, and I will say that, you know, speaking as from a veteran's wife, you know, when my husband was served in the Marine Corps, he came home to say that, gee, I wish we could have had somewhere to go as a veteran, and just as a support. And at that time, he said he talked to Mr. Tom Conroy. Tom Conroy was a councilman then from our district. Because I talked to Tom about it. And all of a sudden, the building out there was built onto the casino. And Tom said, well, that was for the veterans. They can go out there, meet out there, sit out there. We just wanted it to be an atmosphere like that for the veterans. That's what my husband wanted. He said, as veterans, we come home and, you know, we want to see something like that. But we don't have it. We don't have it. So, you know, I'll have to speak for him on that, because he always said that to me. And now, today, he gets his veterans' health issues through the VA in Hot Springs, our Fort Meade. And, you know, and he does go through all of that today. But I just wanted to say that as part of what the veterans, you know, want when they come home. And I think the other part of it is, you know, I have a 93-year-old uncle, my dad's youngest brother. He's in a nursing home in Rapid City, 93 years old, 82nd Airborne. You know, we love our uncle so much, you know, we just, family's always there with him. So today I just want to remember him because, you know, I was really proud of what he did. And today he's 92 years old, he's in a nursing home. I was proud of that he served, you know, in that 82nd Airborne. And just like Basil Grayhart, these guys are from Calico community. So, you know, we have to remember those old veterans like that, you know, that served, and they're still alive today. So when you look at Wakpami District, you know, we have veterans there in Wakpami District that are old. We just lost Mr. Yellow Hair. You know, so I really want to say that today, that we need to try to work with you and try to get this budget approved. And one day, I always said, you know, we have marijuana money. We're supposed to set aside a portion of it for veterans, youth, elderly. We never came to that point yet. We just take bits of things and we apply it to that veterans. I bet to the marijuana, even concerts, mind you, big concerts, you know. So we better start thinking about our veterans, and I think that I would like for them to go back, look at their budget one more time, and maybe next week, if you could bring it to us, I think we should sit down and try to get something approved for them. Because I really believe that we always say veterans, you know, we support our veterans. Every Sunday, I listen to them on the radio. I said, my husband, I said, you need to listen to the veteran, but sometimes he gets too busy outside, you know, and so I listen to things that's coming up or what they're talking about, share it with him. So, you know, I really feel that we need to support them. You know, I just wanted to share that today because I think looking at the budget, that annual budget that we do for the veterans, for the powwow, that should be looked at. You can put that aside because that comes from general fund. The other part of it, the Veteran Summit, I really do support that. I went to their last one. I didn't go to the part of the sessions, but I went with my husband to eat. You know, we went to the veterans meal, which was really nice, you know, and a lot of veterans there, you know, so they had things that they did during that time, during the LNI. So I really think that this is something for them that they would like for us to support. And so I think we need to do that. But I would like for them to maybe look at their budget and go back through. I think I understand what they're talking about. Veteran building in Prairie Winds, all they're asking for is like $12,000 to get that building up and running. And so I think we need to work on that too for them, help them to get it going. It's just been a long time, discussion with that building, you know, back and forth. So I think we need to do something like that. One big question I had, and I know Shawnee's name was brought up, she handles that building up there for the veterans. But she's also been, posting about raising funds. So when she raises those funds, they go to that building, right? So it doesn't come to you guys. You guys have nothing to do with that?
Okay, so we've been updated by the tribal VSO, and she's Shawnee Keith, and she's been working actively with us past 2 months, and she has been updating us, and they have successfully put in their grant for that shelter. And we'll know by this federal fiscal year if they're going to get the funding, and therefore they're going to start the hiring for the director. Shawnee's working really hard. She has the responsibilities of being a director up there, and we had a topic come up last night with one of our Korean War veterans. It was one of the last two that's here, that's alive with us, and you know, that veteran may need extra care, but ultimately, you know, she's proactively looking to us, and we are all helping one another. And you know, going off of what the representative, what we're saying here is right now is that our bottom line, you're asking for what's our bottom line, and our bottom line is follow through. We want to follow through. We don't want to be tabled to the point where we don't have opportunity. We've been working really, really hard and organizing monthly, maybe 3 to 4 times a month, for our veterans. And we're asking for that same type of effort back and giving us funding to follow through. The building is going to sit out there abandoned. It's going to continue that. Veterans are going to continue to have hardship and no one to go to. But they do go to the reps in their districts, and we're asking for some of that responsibility.
I still would like to say, I don't know what the committee wants to do, but I really think that, I think the treasurer said she would be here late. I don't know what time she's going to show up, but I'd like to see what is actually in our marijuana funds. And also to see, because I really believe that, like I said, general fund takes care of your annual powwow budget, but you guys have it listed in here. So if you guys want to just, you know, put that aside, because we know general fund takes care of that, then we adjust these numbers and we can look at it. I really think we need to, maybe when Cora gets here, we can find out what's in there, because it still would ultimately have to be approved by the tribal council with the amount of the budget. But I do really want to say that I do support it, but I just think we need to wait for Cora to get here. I don't know if she's here yet, but she needs to give us an update on that, the marijuana fund. Right now, that's what I would look at, is the marijuana fund, not too much the general fund, because I don't know what our general fund really looks like today, but I would say the marijuana funds would probably be the one. And we do need to sit down and we need to start looking at the marijuana funds and start putting the percentage of what we're going to start funding, because they're asking for this is an annual budget. So I think we need to, that part of it we need to really look at and see if we can fund it yearly. So that's just my question or my comments today. And just want to remember, my colleague here just shared with me Mr. Philip Zimika, you know, passing. And I think Mr. Zimika he is a veteran, and I think we need to remember him too, you know, today. Thank you.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, welcome to the veterans that came forward with this funding, this proposed budget. And you know, we all support the veterans because we have family, friends that are veterans or currently serving. And also, we were requesting financials from the treasurer, all the revenue that's coming in, because we ourselves don't have a clear picture of what's actually coming in. what we're actually expending. So we need to get that too, because we've been harping on the marijuana funds, on how much goes to the veterans, how much, you know, just like we said. So we're waiting for that too, and I hate putting you guys tabling everything every time. I don't like that, but, you know, we can't make a decision with our treasurer not being here and giving us that financial. But it is a need, and I really support the proposal you guys brought forth. So with that, you know, Chair, that once, maybe she'll give us an update today.
Yeah,
If
she's
not,
running
it's gonna
late.
be at that working session.
She'll be a little late, so I don't know if she'll be here when the time
Yeah, maybe we can address them whenever,
she gets here.
yeah, before it gets here too.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Norman.
I just wanted to follow up on what Josie said. To become one post, that's almost like brothers in arms. And finances are what's gonna get the Oglala Sioux Veterans Committee up and running. And being of one mind, that would allow the veterans to designate who they are gonna send to this circle, to that president's office. So the voice of the veterans will be strong, very strong. And we gotta always keep that in mind. If you go into every Lakota home on reservation, there's a picture of a man in uniform hanging with a flag under him. We respect our veterans. We respect what it took to put on a uniform, to bear arms. So let's not forget that. And let's not have to beg for anything. Never. We have to stand proud. Oh, thank you.
Go ahead, Dave, who you, Dave got?
I just want to get one thing clear. I missed the first part, but the person that was 13 days short, is there a time, explain that part? Because I think there was a misinterpretation, because then Julie said, well, we had 60-some, but most of them got the services, so explain that part.
Okay.
Dave, in 1980, the law was changed that you had to do 2 years active duty to receive those benefits for a headstone. And Philip fell under that. He did 2 years, and he was 13 days short of that duty for 2 years. So that's the deal right there.
I'm not trying to cut you off, Brian, but if we're on live, I think that needs to be explained so that the viewers can hear that too.
You know, as a veterans group, we are learning more every week, every time we meet about the Veterans Administration. And these are something that we didn't know. But after 1980, you had to serve 2 years to receive veterans benefits. You are a veteran, but you don't receive the benefits of like receiving a headstone. And we didn't know that. We found out that there was we have 2 veterans at our own cemetery at Kyle that were members that didn't get headstones. But somehow money was found to get them headstones. And now with Philip Zuniga being 13 days short, he will be buried at Kyle, but we'll have no headstone. And this is what we've been talking about, how can we help the family? Because, you know, it's a big cost, you know, $3,200 is a lot of money, so. But that was, and that's and we don't know how many veterans got out after 1980 that might not be eligible. And this is what would be nice. I know our veteran service officers get out to the districts, but it'd be nice to get some data from each one of our districts, how many veterans are there, when they served, so we will know how we can help them and how they can help themselves, because most of our veterans, they don't know what benefits they have, and we're still finding out, you know, different ways how we can help them.
good morning. Before I start, I'd like to have Calvin challenge Don Roy to a push-up challenge.
All right.
Then we'll vote yes.
Anyway, for the record, I'm looking at you guys' budget, but it just makes me question the office space rental, administrative office. Don't you guys own a building, Brian?
But that belongs to my organization.
So now we're talking about two different organizations.
Yeah, my organization has nothing is not involved in this.
I thought we were just talking about consolidating all veterans.
Well, it would be nice, and this is one of the things that we have, at one time we had all of the American Legion posts, now we're down to one. But there's a lot of organizations out there, different little veterans organizations. And under this committee, it'd be nice to be able to work with all of them. But one of our problems is that in a lot of our districts, the veterans are split up, they're fighting with each other. And that's really makes it hard. And, but we're hoping with this Veterans Committee, we'll be able to pull all of the veterans together, whoever needs help. Whoever needs help, how can we assist you? Like my organization, the Akishita Lakota Veterans, that is a 501c that we set up. We got a building donated to us, and we had what we wanted to do was have a place for veterans to go. We have computers set up there. We have a small food pantry for veterans, and that's kind of our. But this veterans community, they've been reusing our building there and everything.
All right, well, I guess I'm lost on that one. Going on to the treasurer compensation, the monthly financial reporting. Looking at your guys' bylaws, it's already in there. So, as part of the group, you're getting a stipend. And then don't get me wrong, I'm just asking why you're paying the treasurer a monthly stipend or monthly financial reporting treasury compensation.
And when we figured that out, to answer the question, we figured that out at $500 per month, depending on how much that treasurer has to work. Now that whole $6,000 may not be used. It's up to the treasurer to deny. I did it for the veterans. But ultimately, when a guy's working hard, especially like leading up to a powwow, paying out the vendors and collecting the money, paying out all the different color guards and this and that treasurer will be busy. And we don't want his efforts to go unnoticed. And he is going to be working harder than some of the other committee, he or she. And so we want to be able to have that compensation there for that veteran to be able to feel supported in doing his job and helping veterans.
I don't understand that one either, but I'll move on.
So are you asking about what's the difference between a stipend and being compensated as a treasurer?
No, that would be part of the treasurer's responsibilities. It's listed in D of section 5. I'm just asking why we're compensating.
Compensate the treasurer to do,
Yeah, because that's part of the job anyway.
yeah.
So that's all I'm saying. But I moved on. Going to your special projects and contingency, and I just wanted to throw this out there because you've got 3,000 for grant writing and 15,000 for contingency. And in my personal experience, I think you just need to invert them numbers. Grant writing's not cheap, man. I know that from experience.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I just wanted to point that out.
We could absolutely do that. And and that's the suggestions, like, we have these meetings and they're open to all veterans to come, and even and community members, and that's the type of voice we need. And so we empower that for you to come into our meeting and help discuss some of this.
You know, it's nothing personal. I come here almost 5 days a week, and I don't feel like coming here on a Sunday.
Well, no, we have our meetings on Wednesday evenings.
Yeah, regardless, but I got out of Pine Ridge years ago, and there was a reason for it. But, you know, going back to the veteran transport, so you guys are gonna take over that? You know, Mr. Ron Crosstog's the one driver we do have right now, and apparently there's quite a bit of miscommunication, and some of the older veterans have, and everybody in here that's a veteran knows, you know, whenever you get an appointment date, you gotta make it, otherwise you're probably 3 months out until you hit another one. And we've been missing, I know of 2 for a fact that happened within the past 2 weeks where they've missed them dates. And one of them is for the application to renew the assistance that they received, you know? And if you miss them dates, hell, you're out. But I do think there's a lot of miscommunication when it comes to that veterans drive route. Or he's trying, you know, I'll commend him for that, but if somebody don't put it on the board correctly and that veteran misses his date, you know, I think that needs to be addressed.
So with the veterans driver, it has been clear to us working with the BSO that any special requests that are out there, right? And that's some of them, that's where the confusion comes from veterans across the board, is that what does this driver do? And what the understanding is, what's in their policy, is that they give veterans rides to their appointments when they're off reservation. Now, if we need veterans to be able to come in to do this or that, or maybe an IHS appointment, now that's a request that has to go to Shawnee, and she pushes it to the VSO, and then she pushes it to the chief of staff. Upon a chief of staff's approval, it'll go. And when we take a step back and look at for what it is, this program started and it needs help. That's what it's asking for. And as a veterans committee, we feel that we need to help them, and we're going to help them if we, you know, giving the opportunity and the support. That's what we want to do. That's one of the things that'll be on our agenda, is to help that and get it stronger. That transportation for veterans. Thank you.
So you're planning on supporting that little program? Because it says transportation under Veteran Family Support Services.
Yes, so one of the ways,
That's all I needed, man, right on, thank you.
although I just wanted to touch on this though, is that the VSO for the tribal VSO is the temporary acting director of that veteran shelter, doing their VSO duties and also organizing that driver. And we want to help her with some of that. She's doing 3 different jobs at once. And we want to help her so that it gets better. So.
Well, just for the record, I moved on, but I can tell you right now, Wounded Knee District removed the line item for veterans, and I've been pushing to get that thing back in, but I don't sit under executive board, and we don't have much faith in it getting added back in, and that's gonna be an issue for us, because we're post 302 out there, and Cliff, he knows this, you know. But the other thing is, you know, whenever it comes to the annual powwow, veterans powwow, you're gonna get some vendor fees.
Yes.
Has that been initiated yet? Because that's gonna bring your cost down from the 83. That's money you put back in.
Money that's made from the vendor, right now we have a ledger book, that's with the county VSO, and there's $4,756 inside that account. And that is what that generates, is having those vendors, is around $4,700. And we have to keep in mind that we're gonna be the first powwow that's gonna be going there to that grounds, and we're gonna need some funding to get possibly the lights working, the ground, and all the type of stuff to get people started. So that's what we kind of initiate, that funding that we have currently with us right now. to get some of that startup, to get those powwow grounds in order. We don't know if where we put up flags, if those need maintenance or not. Yeah.
Then, the other thing is, you know, the National Desert Storm, Desert Shield Memorial is gonna be coming up in October 24th this year. Is there any plans to help some of them individuals get over there, or are we just gonna attend via national news?
As we're getting more recognized as a committee, one of the things that has came to our table is that there's gonna be the Veterans Vietnam wall that comes through. It's a big giant wall of all the lists and people that were in Vietnam, and it's a big giant wall, and it's gonna be in Crawford, and we have been allocated to host some of those time blocks within that event. So as we get closer, now that I'm aware of this is something I'm going to be reaching out to, and that's why we welcome our VSOs is to come to our table to talk to us about some of this stuff, and we're getting informed that way. And you know, now we're going to look into that. It's in October, and we're going to really look into it and try to get a part of it. And we have what we plan to do for that one. You know, this is just an example. What we plan to do for that Vietnam wall. It's in Crawford, and it's far away, and we have 7 Vietnam veterans that have been KIA, and we're going to invite their families to come. And we plan to help them with travel, and also the people that are representing the Vietnam veterans that are going to represent, because there's opportunity for them to speak, and we're going to bring a drum group, and we're going to bring a color guard to that event. And so those are the type of things we'll do to help with both of those events, and we hope we have funding to compensate them.
You know, don't get me wrong, man, hell, I'm all for this. And, just a recommendation to the committee, you know, I do know, in the past, we've had a tribal line item for veterans, and I don't know if it still exists, because I haven't really seen it. Is it still there?
It's in there.
And then, you know, I'm about, you know, the ordinance says veterans and the marijuana monies, and a portion could come out of there. But a third revenue stream would be re-looking at our TARO monies. You know, there's a lot of money coming in from all these construction projects coming in, and you know, to help give you the startup, maybe we need to re-look at the TARO monies, a portion of them being pooled and set aside for the veterans. Just some suggestions. Thank you. Good job, Joseph.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Lyle.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody, veterans. Dave just kind of went over all the questions I had, but one of them is that building out there. I'm wondering how, why, and who you guys were talking to on why it's not being occupied.
The question is our question to it is, we got an ordinance, it's an ordinance now, it was a resolution for this committee to take that building in ownership. And that was always the problem. Who owns this building? Who has the keys to this building? The casino always had it, and they had a few horseshoe tournaments there and community events within that building, you know, and by veterans, local veterans that supported it. And so now that we have this, but the lights get turned off, the propane's not paid, there's no money for maintenance, and now it's almost to the point where it's not condemned. We're not sure yet till after this inspection, but ultimately, it's not appeasing to be there because it doesn't have any function right now. And as a committee, we feel like we want to do the follow through and create function for it. So that's kind of what we're doing. We needed an organized entity to come in, veterans to come in and accommodate that for those veterans.
Right, because as far as being kind of a condemned building, and I'm pretty sure Mr. Gosper, being a construction guy, you know, it's occupiable because I've been in there, looked in there, and it is occupiable. And as far as the bills, you know, once that ordinance passed, it became your guys' responsibility. You know, so you guys own the building, you know, and us veterans here and most of the committee fought for that, to give it back to you guys. You know, so I don't know how much more you guys want to hear or black and white paper, that building belongs to you guys.
It's always belonged to us, it's never belonged to
Right.
the tribe,
Right.
never. That was always our building.
Right?
And we're not using it because you said you belong to the council.
No,
Now
no, no,
we
no.
gave it back to the veterans and there's no money to operate it. This building should have been ours 20 years ago.
Well, I've never said it belonged to us, Brian. I've
Why
never
did you
said
give it-
that.
Why did you give it to us? Well, you must have thought it was
It,
yours.
it
Just
was,
not giving it to
yeah,
us.
we were going off of what, other council representatives did.
That's it, that's it.
And so we tried to and fought for to get it back to the veterans.
So it belonged to you, you're saying it belonged to you?
No, I have no ownership of it. That was past administrations.
Chair,
But anyways, regardless of what was just said, you know, you guys need to occupy that.
well,
You know,
we're here asking for money.
Yeah. So it does belong to you guys. I want each and every one of you guys to know that and hear that. But that was my comment on that.
Mr. Chairman, can I respond? Councilman Weston, your concern and your history of knowing how, and Mr. Brewer, his history of knowing how and how the building became to where it is today, your inside knowledge of knowing about how the building was out there. And I know previously there might have been some statements made that the building is going back underneath the tribe. And all of the things have led us up to being an organized group today. We definitely are, our plans to definitely look at the infrastructure, the stability. The floor looks like it's settling in one area. The walls got cracks in them. Our intention is to get an inspection to try to determine the soundness of the structure and go from there to try to remediate, to fix, do what we need to do. The reason why we've never ever aggressively moved out there, and I think Mr. Eagle had mentioned it, was that yes, we could go get the keys. There was the casino turnover with GMs a couple different times. We was an organization that wasn't really legitimately organized to where we are now. We feel that now by being organized, we will be more aggressive in trying to get more answers and try to get things done. So out there, one of the things is for us to do another site visit and try to look at getting some type of inspection done, specifically just for the structure outside and have a civil engineer look at it and give us some advice on what we need to do. If we need to jack the floor, and can it be jacked? Why are the walls, doing what they're doing? And that's one of the first things. The second thing, going back, is that there was no funds, we had no funds, and our understanding was that the previous general manager had shut the electricity off, the propane and all that, and again, we wasn't in no position to really tell the GM that you need to keep the heat on, you need to keep the lights on. Now I believe that we have the ability to go out and meet with the GM and try to get these things moving in the right direction. And I hope that answers and sheds some light on your question.
Yeah, and as far as the history that it went through, as far as ordinances and what was black and white, I was the one that brought that history, to these meetings and stuff before this committee was assembled and then passed for a charter. So that's where everybody, all these veterans got their history from. I never knew the history until I got on council. And I dug and I found who was taking ownership of it, as far as the tribe, the casino, and then back to the veterans or whoever owned it. I looked for every single ordinance that had footprints to it. And I provided that to the veterans to find out and know how it transpired here in this circle. Because I didn't know either. So this was way before me. And as far as that building, that's whenever I started, when we passed it here, that's when I started harping on the veterans, go out there and occupy it. Show that you guys own it. Change the locks, get the key. You know, sit in there, like what Sonia said. Her husband was looking for a place to hang out at. You know, go out there and hang out at the building we own now. Because I'm a veteran too. You know, Desert Storm veteran. You know, so there's a lot of us here that fought hard for where you're at today. You know, and we had to go through whatever administrations did last their terms, change of hands and everything else, and find out the history and then correct it and give it back to the veterans. You know, so that's where I'm coming from. And just wanted to let you know and wondered why that building wasn't being occupied. But thank you.
Hold on, that's the name change, I'm gonna move on before we start the next budget meeting.
Just follow up with that. Thank you, Mr. West, I appreciate that, you know, and I understand that for a long time there's been back and forth with this building. However, this committee wants to do the follow through with it, and we're asking for the financial support to continue this follow through and ensure this happens. As you were finding this history, I'm sure you were hoping that some veterans would do it, would take the reins and start trying to establish something at that building. And it's here in front of you, Mr. Weston, and I want you to know that we're here in front of you. We want to make the best and the best foot forward with that building. Thank you.
Okay, got four more names and we'll move on. Dr. Sonia, Julianne, and Norman.
Thank you, Chair. Committee, you know what? I'm just gonna say this, I'm gonna be blunt about it. It's 11:52, we've been dragging the vets through over the coals for the last hours, looking at their budget, scrutinizing it. I'm gonna say, that's a little too far. Now, these are vets, there shouldn't really be no animosity, no conflict, nothing right now. And that's what it's turning into. It's ridiculous, if you ask me. But there's a group of veterans that came here and wanted to get this veterans chart up and running. We put it out many times to vets, put it on the air, put it on Facebook, and these are the ones that wanted to come and do it. And you know, and I'm gonna say this again, last admin, I made like 3-4 motions to split up that cannabis money to get it going to the right entities, and today still nothing. So I don't think we should like sit here and hold the vets up. They want to hit the ground running. Let's get them some funding and let them go. But now we're going to sit here and want to forward it on to another meeting, wait for Cora. I thought this is the finance committee. But you know, I'll make the motion to approve this. If it fails, it fails.
Okay, run that motion after Lee gets here. Sonia and Julianne.
You know, I think that, I think I've been going on 18 years on this tribal council, so I kind of have a history of what that building went through back there. Just for the information to the veterans, Mr. Brewer and Calvin and Mr. Eaglebowl. You know, that building was built with a grant. And I mentioned earlier that Mr. Conroy, along with Mr. Russell Zephyr, wrote that grant and brought that building there for the veterans. But as the years went by, it got pulled under the casino, and the casino wanted to do a convenience store with gas pumps. I think Mr. Bill Poyer came forward with that. So it was put under the casino. Nothing ever got done with it. So then veterans came forward, they want that building back. So this building has kind of been going back and forth. And now today, it's under the veterans, under your committee, your bylaws, the one that we passed. It's under you guys. And I understand what you need to get that building up and running out there. That's why I mentioned earlier, it's gonna cost, you guys put down a budget of $12,000 to put propane, electricity, security cameras, building supplies, waste removal, all of that. So today, I think that we should look at that for them and to help them with what they're asking for there. They have a administrative and operational cost. I think that once the treasurer gets here, we still have to find out what's in our marijuana money. Because we do need to help them, and I do want to say that this building has history in it. And I want to speak to that because I've been here a long time. I think some of us have been in the circle quite a bit now. So we know what that building has gone through. Now today, it's in the hands of the veterans. So the veterans need to move forward and with the help of this tribe, our tribe, try to give them funds to open it. Because every Sunday, I didn't know, like Mr. Brewer said, that's a 501c up there, that trailer house that sits up there. You guys meet up there. And you guys come on the air every Sunday. And that's a veterans group that does this every Sunday. But I want to ask you today, since we passed your bylaws, who's your chair, interim chair for this committee, for the Veterans Committee for under this bylaws?
I am.
You are?
Yes.
Who's the vice chair?
Calvin.
And who's the secretary?
I have to be the secretary right now because we have, excuse me.
I have to be the secretary right now because given with a tough schedule for Miss, we have Miss Arredondo doing it.
Yeah.
But right now, we're looking for getting ourselves a secretary.
And who's the treasurer, Mr.?
Mr. Marable.
Okay, so you guys are like the interim
Yes.
until the elections, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to put that, and that's all under the bylaws that the council passed. This one, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so I just want to say that today that, you know, we need to support them. And I think we asked if we could kind of move them to the bottom until Miss Whitehorse gets here. Cubby, if you don't mind, we can wait. We want to see what we have in our marijuana money to see how we can fund them. So if he wants to hold off on his motion till then, you know, I'd like to see what we can do to help them. Because I really think they need money right now to start doing, trying to open up that building over there. That's what they're asking for too. So I think we need to do that and figure out, you know, we gave an increase in Terrell. I think it was 33.3%. Used to be 25%, but it moved up to 33.3%. So the districts get a portion of that. The Terrell office gets a portion, and also our general fund gets a portion. Now Terrell got twice. It gets the Economic Development Office and the Terrell office. So we need to really look at that, because you know a lot of this could fall under it's gonna fall under either the districts or in the general fund. Somehow we have to look at it. But I think we should, I don't know much longer Cora's gonna need to, is she coming?
Yeah, she's on her way,
Okay, so
just
if you
wait
could
for
move
her.
on to kind of to the later, and then we can wait till Cora gets here.
Donna, do you wanna wait till Cora gets
Yeah.
here on that motion, or so?
Yeah, she said she's coming in, right?
Yeah, it's on the way.
If you guys mind waiting around for a little bit, so talk to the
Yeah.
treasurer? Okay.
Yeah.
We, as a committee, we just kind of want to know what time that time frame is. Probably in the afternoon.
She should be here soon. She said she's gonna be here about an hour afterwards, I think, so she should be almost here.
Okay.
You're good, Julian?
Thank you. So, we all gave our history on this building, but I retired in 2019 and came back home, and the building has always been up in shambles. In 2019 and 2020, Darryl Hernandez and I were on the board, and we couldn't get any participation to sit in the Veterans Committee at that time. And I remember specifically because that day we were going to the HUD meeting with Denver for those HUD bash homes, and Darryl was going to meet with the EB&D committee regarding the Veterans Building. There was only two of us, so we had to decide how we were going to split up and spread ourselves out to make sure that we're fighting for veteran support. So in 2019, 2020, EB&D committee made a motion to move that building under the casino. So when I called James, who was the chair at the EB&D committee at the time, I said, why did you make that motion? We were gonna be at that meeting. He said, it's too late, the motion passed from this council to put it under the casino. So ever since then, there was always been a fight that does not belong to the tribe, it belongs to the veterans. And so that was the first action we took in this administration was this building belongs to the veterans. I made that motion specifically, just so you know, I was aware also on how that happened. So I just want to make that clear. What I have been encouraging is that you all look into the SSBCI program under our financial management services that are offered to start up the building. Have a startup cost to that. I mentioned it to Mr. Whalen, I mentioned it to Mr. Brewer, and I mentioned it to you, I believe, as well, Josie, that's an opportunity to dive into. But what I want to say is that the reason why we do wait is because, and why we are questioning the Veterans Committee, it's not against the Veterans Committee, it's what we should have been doing as a committee, to be fiscally responsible for the tribe. We don't. We make knee-jerk motions off the floor and say, well, we should be helping them. And then that's going to cause a head turn and make that treasurer go look for money. I hate that statement. And when she has to say, well, I have to go find the money, that's the worst business transaction for our tribe to be doing. And because we have not made fiscal decisions for the tribe, it caused us to be in the position we're in now. And that's why I'm not saying that I'm against it, or I don't believe any of us are against it. We're just saying we want to have a budget meeting to ensure that we are able to spend responsibly. Because we say marijuana money, they were doing the same thing with Prairie Winds Casino, and look where we're at with Prairie Winds Casino. We're probably going to close the doors by the end of the year if we don't do better. But we take and we take and we take, but we don't have no future outcome of that funding. So I'm just saying that if we move it to the budget meeting, we can find and identify where that funding comes from. And that's what when I brought up bringing a budget plan here, nobody wanted to get on. You can't tell us how to spend the money. Well, we should. We should have a budget plan for the tribe. So we have a good outlook. We have a long-term, short-term calendar. And it's just about being fiscally responsible. It has nothing to do with who is who. It's just making sure that we're making the best decisions for the tribe. And I believe I said that in my encouragement as well. So that's why I requested to move it to the budget meeting, to have you include it in those talks, to make sure that you are getting a portion of that funding as well, wherever we identify it from.
Okay, with that being said, let's wait for Corey to show up.
Yeah.
Veterans Committee. Go ahead, Norman.
I'll volunteer to say the lunch meeting.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Norman.
Coach Oglala, I'd like to thank you for the day you've given us to Oglala and for allowing us all to voice our minds and our hearts. Oglala, I'd like to thank you, take this and thank the people who prepared this meal for us to Oglala. And may it nourish our body and health. Medaki Ariasi.
Do a working lunch? Okay. Go get your food. And then Bob will be next on the agenda.
Recording stopped.
Okay. Yeah.
Just for the record, before you guys leave, I'll put a challenge up. I'm willing to contribute $500 to the veteran that doesn't have a headstone.
I'll give you 5.
There you go, Kelvin. There's 1,000 towards your 3, so.
He said he'll match that 5. Yeah, there's $2,000.
Just fire Christine Hilton.
That's what I was looking at.
Go there, just got fired.
That was the spirit. Yeah, I can take it over. Yep.
Hello, my name's Clifton DeChurch, I'm on that committee, Veterans Committee, but then, we'll have to bring this to the council floor too, because in the past, John Steele passed the ordinance that, nobody could start any kind of business around the casino. So we'd probably have to get the council to lift that in order for the veterans to start any kind of business in that building. So I just give you guys a up so you know.
Kill the mood, eh? Kill the mood.
Where the moon?
You got money coming. Norman, we dropped up 5. Jeremy said.
I said 5. Yeah.
Other 5, 15.
Just sign it and start it.
Okay.
Unless you have medical discharge. If you got a medical discharge.
No, there's another guy that got out on honorable, but he was short 2 years, and they wasn't gonna keep him. He wasn't eligible. You should, but to be eligible for benefits, you have to do it 2 years. That's why they're listed now as 2 years.
I'll give
Taxes, does that come from?
Incorrect. Vapes are just under a sales tax as a tangible good. Now, if we banish them, I don't know if that's exactly my job to go in there. I could probably, with public safety, suspend a business license for those people or something, but no, it's not under the cigarette tax, it's just a regular tangible property sale.
Well, I asked that because when it was done during the Bear Owners Administration, and if they're still selling it, I know that in education, there's discussion regarding more of our youth are utilizing those vapes. But if there's a tax on them, is there a difference in how much they can be taxed?
Not with this agreement, no.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Nolan.
So the ban on vapes was for 21 and under. 21 and above can use vapes as long as they used it for THC, is what they sent us to the school systems. So as long as you was using a derivative of THC, they are legal. Over 21 years of age.
Yeah. Okay, I think I'm on number 16, the amusement device tax. Now, that generates probably close to zero. That wasn't been in here since 1970, when we used to have arcades and stuff like that. The drop your quarter in there.
Can we use it for the carnival that comes to Old Nation?
That's just under a sales and service sales tax. The wholesale tax on tobacco products, number 7, that is basically your, tobacco in a can, grow your own stuff. Excise tax on farm machinery, we don't have a whole lot of that either because of the point of possession law when it comes to the incidence of tax. So we're buying, we have a guy out east that buys some farm machinery, it's delivered to him, the incidence of tax is the point of possession where he possesses it. So that 3% tax on that would come in on that. But we don't have hardly any of those delivered, they're all gone to the implement place and purchased it.
Okay.
Well,
Bob, does that, quick question, does that include, ranch equipment that cuts hay?
Yeah, that's what that is.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And then number 9 is the visitor tax, so that's just on the businesses that are tourist related, or we don't have any now, since we run that hotel in Kyle, that would be it, since our casino's closed.
go ahead, Julie.
How is that imposed during the powwow and all the vendors come from out of town?
Well, it's included when you pay your sales tax. It's an additional 1.5%, I believe, off the top of my head, on those type of businesses. So when they report their tax, if it's a tourist type event going on, they just add the tax to what they report. And then on the return form, there's a separate place to report an additional 1.5%. So it's kicked out different. When it is paid to the tribe, that portion actually comes to the tribe with our ACH payment, and then the rest goes to the bank of Oklahoma.
Go ahead, Dave Keller.
Okay, so on our W-2, there's a section that says local tax withheld. Where is that in our taxes? Because that that adds up substantially. And when I questioned my tax person, she said it was based on information and they're unclear on it as to what it's meant for. And it's not listed, but it's taken up and I'm being charged on my W-2 every year.
And out of your paycheck, every paycheck that goes to the right to work, that's the 2% right to work. And so when you're doing your taxes, now I'm not IRS guy, but it's, it should be deducted from your overall, if you itemize that, you wouldn't have to include that as your overall income. But that's your tribal tax.
So this is the 2% that is really not obligated to anything, because there's two different 2%, one for the schools and one for the tribal workers. And I find it disheartening that, hell, I gotta pay taxes on that when it's actually my money being taken out. And we don't have any, hell, we've asked, where does the money go to? And never really got a straight answer, so. But, you know, something like that, I think it'd be listed in our taxes.
The 2% actually goes to fund general fund. All the assistance you give, half of your payroll, all the programs under general fund, that's 2% goes directly there. The education 2% goes to tribal ed, or whatever tribal ed does, assistance to schools or whatever.
Right now, it's still supplementing 16 hours of everyone's IDC paycheck.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. It's still supplementing 16 hours of everyone's IDC payroll till we get the IDC money.
Budget.
So what ordinance allows us to do that?
The right to work fee ordinance.
What
I don't
number
know
is
that
that?
number.
Can you dig it up, please?
Can we get that from Byron?
Yeah.
Okay, then, keep in mind that these taxes in this packet are only the taxes that the state of South Dakota allows all the tribes in the state to enter into collection agreements, so that wouldn't be one of them. But those are the 9.
So I think that the treasurer said something that really piqued my interest, because that 2%, if we're making the pay for the IDC until it's released, that's a potential cost savings area that we can utilize for the veterans group, correct?
It is, I mean, eventually, but I think that we were talking previously, and to just make them a general fund program, I think we can do that. And because they don't have a financial management system yet, that they would use their governing body to make decisions and have a treasurer who will be doing their paperwork for them. And Tony will assign them an accountant, most likely Pete, because he does general fund already, and the general fund programs, so they can work that way. And they were all in agreement, so.
And don't have any more questions, that's pretty much it. I just need a motion to proceed to get the agreement renewed.
We already have, call for a vote. Well, we're gonna do a vote then.
So you'll bring that back, then it'll go to council?
Usually I use this motion from finance to just go on council, is how I've done it in the past. I use this to show the state that, yeah, we're in agreement, we're moving forward with the renewal.
I think he said that he was gonna have their attorney meet with ours and then take it to council based on.
And that's how we've done it in the past.
Dave Kelly,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Norman
Randy Soldier,
Yes.
Julianne Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Dave Weir, Dominic Wolfgang,
Yes.
Blaine Little Thunder, Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Beef Randall,
Yeah.
10 yes, 1 not voting.
Motion carries.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Quick question, Bob, before you leave. How much revenue is brought in on all these taxes? Just,
On these taxes?
yes.
Oh, so last week at council, my report was in with Cora's. And it's broken out, Sonia asked that we break it out that way. I can tell you, on just the sales tax, last year was $3,668,000 and some dollars. And so, but the report is in there, and then, you need to get, just let me know, I'll get the entire year for 25, but you guys have it.
Okay, let's jump back to the Oglala Quarter Veterans Committee, since Cora's here, so.
Well, I did meet with them, I guess, and, they have a treasurer, they have a governing body, they have no financial management system, so we discussed that. And Tony will assign them attorney, most likely Pete. Accountant, most likely Pete. And he will help them to, teach their treasurer how to do vouchers and to do their assistance actions and keep track of their budget, so that way they can report to you.
Go ahead, Sonia.
But I thought they were a charter. So they have a veterans committee. So I think all we were asking was to see if we can, approve their budget or approve something on there. That's what I was waiting for you, because they have, like you said, they did name their interim veterans committee. They do have a treasurer, but they are a charter. Now we approve their bylaws. So I think where some of us are kind of wondering what they would be running things through the tribe, voucher-wise. That's something that, it's almost like OLT. So.
They don't have a financial management system. They don't have a bank account. They don't have a system to create the checks. So that's why we discussed that since they are not a program charter with an actual funding source, that they could utilize our accountants to run their financials through.
Okay, and the other question that we had earlier too is, remember the veterans powwow comes out of our general fund, but that was one of their budget items that they listed here, that totaled up to their total amount. So I think that's the question we had with them too, that's always, put into our general fund budget.
Last year's veterans powwow budget came from the veterans line item.
That's what we figured.
Yeah, it wasn't placed separate, and this year when you took those out, then that took everything out. So if we're going to give them that budget, then that powwow should be included in that.
Okay, so to do that, we can include all these expenditures out of that budget, out of that line item, right? Okay, so that way they understand that, because that's the budget, that line item they use when they do the veteran powwow. That's what we wanted to ask you, that's why we're glad you're here, because we had these questions. We wanted to make sure, plus on top of that, we wanted to make sure we had money in the marijuana account. I guess we need to know that to see if there's something we can assist with them on this budget, because it's 200-something thousand.
I know, I thought you guys decided that they would get the whole veterans that was taken out of the budget this year from the resource office.
Yeah, how much was the total amount on that?
I believe it was 300,000. So if their budget is 250, then
We'll
that's
cover that
perfect,
then.
yeah.
Okay, that's That's what we wanted to hear from you. So now that we know that, then I think we can approve their budget then.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think Cubby had a motion to approve that budget.
Yeah, you did, you had a motion on the floor, second by, wait, Jackie.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, in the future, are you guys gonna be a real charter? Where you're going to establish the financials, get a banking and all this, so you don't have to run through the tribal system? Because that's pretty slow.
So right now as an interim committee, as we're kicking things off, there's still all these things that we need to help with the veterans, and right now the support for financial would be great, right? Getting into and helping, getting support from the FAO would really make sense for us right now. You know, and I wanted to go back to our budget. We have office space rental and treasurer compensation. Now, if we run it through FAO, we take those two line items off. It would help us. It would help everybody, you know, utilizing the resource up there. And ultimately, looking into the future, what we want to do, and it's been brought to me by Ms. Spotted Bear, that they'd like us to come to next week's meeting and talk about 2027. Our annual budget for 2027, and that's where we want to look at, is come in for the financials and look at 2027. Moving forward here to 2026, we hope that a decision can be done today on it. You know, given the information that we have now, and that we did approve in the previous, like law and order, we did approve that it's been approved in motion and passed to go through the veterans to get the funding now, and yeah.
This is their startup. And I think we don't really approve the budget for the next year until November, somewhere around there. So that's when we approve the general fund budget for the following year, which will be 27.
We should start discussing the budget in October.
Go ahead, Julie.
Last week, we made a motion to have quarterly budget meetings to ensure that we are staying ahead of where we're at with our financials. That's why I referred them to the budget meeting to next week to ensure that we're making fiscally responsible decisions. If we're not going to have a balanced budget, then the quarterly budgets would allow us to identify what funds are available and what funds are not. And that's why I stated that. Thank you.
It don't matter, they can come. Yep.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, but
real quick,
We put a motion out there for approving $250,000, but I just want to go ahead and annotate that $292,000 is what our total is, and not $250,000. And so if we're running a motion, I just want that to be correct.
Yeah, it's 300,000 according to Cora that you have in your line item right now. So cover that.
You run the motion in.
Dave Kelly,
Yes.
Lyle Weston.
Chair, I have a question. What the treasurer stated about these guys using the accounts and all that, does that need to be in the motion?
The comment should be that they be a general fund program
Right.
for the interim.
So would that be a separate motion?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Okay, that'll be a separate motion after Cody's.
Okay, yes.
Julianne Spotted Bear, Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Uh-huh.
Dominic Wolfsberg,
Yes.
Blaine Little Thunder,
Good.
Sonia Little Weston, Dee Randall. 9 yes, 1 not voting.
Motion carries. What's the motion, the second one? Would it be in-
One quick, Chair, to have it clear that the FAO, they're going to be the ones that handle our finances. They're going to do the vouchers on that.
We're gonna teach you guys how to do it.
And we're working out of the general fund, and we're going to do our reporting consolidating with an accountant that's assigned to us? Okay, all right, I'm under the understanding.
The treasurer's gonna do the vouchers.
No, I didn't raise my hand, I was just saying that it's
All right, who wants to make that motion? Motion by Lyle, second by Sonia. Or the vote,
Osvaldo Weston,
Yes.
Julianne Spottenberg,
Hold on.
Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Hold on.
Donald Gosper,
Yes.
Wayne Little Thunder,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Lee Randall, 8 yes, 2 no.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We'd just like to come around and shake hands, those veterans. Appreciate all your hard work and helping us.
You can get it. Okay. I'm gonna
They want to talk to you.
Jake Little. You're next.
Then can I, is that an extra packet up there?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Craig's the treasurer.
Go, Jake.
Good afternoon. I'll wait. I'm good at waiting. Oh, okay. Get on it, we're not, hurry up. This is a ordinance that's been out there for about, 6 or 7 weeks. It passed the HHS committee. It, with flying colors, I might add, everyone was in favor of it. It went to the attorney, it sat there for about 5 or 6 weeks, and it came back last week by my prodding, I should say. And the attorney wasn't present, so we moved it over to this week. So it's an ordinance to compensate, to budget salaries for employees, all employees, at the funded levels, or up to the funded levels, and above the 1722 floor levels. And I'd like to add that what I'm doing here is actually going to put money into the tribe, perhaps $2 million or more. I don't have a study on that or any paper on that, but if you could imagine adequate funding according to GS scales or real labor statistical data, all 69 programs or whatever there is now, going up to that, and the indirect cost comes from that, it's probably a couple $1 million. So what I'm doing here is trying to put money into the coffers, not request or take out. And if, I know the attorney, I visited with the attorney, and she's probably online, Major through the email, and she had some concerns, and she expressed them concerns, and we had an email chain going this week. And
Oh, Georgette will address that.
So Major was not able to be on today. She had a previously scheduled training that she's at. I did forward on to Lynn the email chain that Jake is referring to. And then,
sorry.
and so Major had seen the, I think her first response was back in February, but that was a shorter response. And so the more detailed response came in March. So looking at the emails that I have, I think there was some confusion early on because it was forwarded to her in February. You responded between you and Chain with you, John Long, and Major. She responded in February 12th with her concerns.
What are the concerns?
Oh,
What are the, because we don't have that. Can you express what the concerns are?
So my understanding from Major's email is several concerns. One is under your constitution, you have an equal protection and due process, a due process protection, and so she is concerned about equal protection because you will have programs that will not have the same level of funding. So you could have an employee who is similarly classed that's receiving a different pay. And so an equal protection standard is usually scrutinized at a higher basis, like at a higher standard than a rational basis. And then the scrutiny that's applied is whether you, so if you apply this and somebody challenges it, saying an employee challenges it, and we're sort of getting into potential legal claims. If somebody challenges it, they can say, hey, I'm not getting equal protection of the law. They're treating these other individuals differently than I am. And so the scrutiny that would come under wage classification would be probably an intermediate scrutiny. And they would look to see whether the public interest outweighed the differential treatment. I know that Jake had written back to her about the differences that that could potentially be argued in any program. I think at the end of the day, what the risk that the tribe is looking at is that the court is going to look at the tribe as an employer as a whole. I don't know how much they're going to differentiate different departments based on funding per se, because that was one of the things that Jake raised, saying they're not similarly situated. We could say different departments, different funding sources. I don't know that those would prevail with the court. Potentially some of the other issues that he raised, like different stressors for different programs, could be an issue. Again, this is going to be really fact specific. If you have a program that heavily hires men, for example, I think you're really opening yourself up to a gender discrimination in that equal protection. So that was one of the issues. And then the other issue that she raised was just wage uniformity across all programs, that there's just a fairness question where you could have people with similar educational backgrounds, similar levels of responsibility, even if they're not exact, like because you classify employees, and then they would be getting much different salaries. So just a fairness, a general fairness issue outside of compliance with the law. And then, she also had a concern that sometimes federal programs, like particularly with 638, discuss that you have a wage scale. I know that certain programs, federal programs, do raise an eye if their funding is being treated differently than non-tribal funding, right? Like, so So that could raise a potential issue.
So, my question, in that case, if the policy and procedures had not been updated and still not updated yet, how did we raise your pay versus the rest of the directors?
Asking me?
Yes.
I presented an ordinance based on letter E in the policy where it allows new employees after that date of 1822 to pursue the council, and the council has the authority by motion really, or even saying, yes, we agree to give someone a higher wage. That's allowable within the policy. I presented it that way and it passed that way. It went to a resolution, then it went to an ordinance, right? So that's my understanding. 17-22 is the prevailing salary scale policy. It sets a floor and it doesn't have necessarily a cap. It says to use the scale itself, the 3.5 stretching out infinitely up to, I guess up to a point that it has to stop based on funding, but there's a floor, but there's no ceiling. Council has a right to set wages already according to whatever is the need, stabilizing, alleviating, whatever you need to justify. It's already there. And I have that in a rebuttal paper, if I could read that into the record, and you guys can have that.
I'd like to hear it because if it's a matter of correcting our policy and procedure, Georgette.
So I don't know if it's a matter of correcting the policy and procedure as much as what your pay scale is going to be, because what you would have then is certain departments with individuals who are classed at the same level as individuals in other departments being paid on uneven levels.
So Title VII, from everything I read, and I had a nice cutout, and I gave it to someone to read this morning, but the frequently asked questions, and you look at it about the EOC, none of that applies to tribes in this matter. The Equal Pay Act, under that, doesn't apply to tribes. So I don't know why that's part of the discussion. I know if our tribal council passes a law in an interest, and you brought up rational, the legal term on how they look at these things, it's to alleviate poverty, to bring, stabilized programs. It's all in there, and it passes the muster locally in any local court. But when I'm listening, it sounds like you're referring to federal court or so forth, but we're not subject to that in this sense. So I have it written, I can read it, read in the record. I updated the ordinance to include some of these findings, if you want to have that one read into the record as well. Has the official one going forward or not going forward? I could do that as well, and then we could go from there with discussion.
And just real quickly, I believe Major was pointing out that the equal protection that she was referring to is in your constitution. So your constitution, the tribe's constitution, has equal protection in its language, and it has due process protections in its language. And so your court, although you're not bound by federal law, on constitutional principles has often referred to the language that the United States has used in interpreting their similar provisions. And so that's where we got into that language. And so your court has not determined these issues. We're just saying that's a risk in this because you have equal protection language within your own constitution.
I understand that, and everything I read, it points to a rational basis when discussing that on a local level and alleviating poverty and bringing policy into line. All this matters. Our tribal council has the final say-so over that. And if they pass that law, that becomes a new policy, and it's not discriminatory. Everyone's following it within their own tracks. So I guess let me read this, and then we'll go from there. That's okay, Chair? Okay. And then I'll submit a copy to the court. Rebuttal to concerns regarding wage adjustments to funded levels was dated last week. 3326. This memorandum responds to concerns raised regarding the proposed ordinance requiring tribal programs to adjust employee wages to the full personnel amounts approved by the federal funding agencies. The concerns relate to equal protection, wage uniformity, federal employment law, and the tribe's personnel system. After review of tribal law, and federal cost principles, the concerns raised are not supported by applicable legal standards. The proposed ordinance is lawful, non-discriminatory, and fully compliant with 2 CFR Part 200. Summary of key findings. Federal agencies' approval of detailed personnel budgets makes funded level wages presumptively reasonable under 2 CFR 200, 404, 200, 430. Title 7 does not apply to tribal governments, 42 USC 2000 EB. The EEOC has no jurisdiction over tribal wage decisions. The Equal Pay Act does not apply to tribes, and even if it did, the ordinance does not create sex-based wage disparities. ICRA and OSD Constitution use rational basis review for equal protection, and wage differences tied to funding levels are rationally related to legitimate governmental interests. The tribe's personnel system remains intact because Ordinance 17-22 establishes a salary floor, not a ceiling, and does not prohibit higher wages where funding allows. Federal law does not require uniform wages across programs, and differences based on funding sources are standard practice across Indian country. The tribe's current wage position, 3rd to the 10th percentile of BLS data, Bureau of Labor Statistical Data, demonstrates that reliance on local wage averages is self-defeating and perpetuates poverty. External benchmarks and funded level wages are lawful and appropriate. Rebuttal on specific claims. All employees are under one employer and one personnel manual. Wages must be uniform. Tribal law does not require uniform wages. Ordinance 1722 establishes a minimum salary floor, not a ceiling. Federal law does not require uniform wages. Under 2 CFR 200-430A, compensation must be reasonable, necessary, allocable, and consistent with tribal policy. Uniformity is not required. Federal agencies routinely approve different wages across programs: BIA, IHS, USDA, DOJ, and SAMHSA. The claim that one employer is one wage is legally incorrect. Adjusting wages creates inequity because employees with similar qualification may be paid differently. The rebuttal to that is equal protection does not require identical wages for identical qualifications. Under ICRA 25 USC 1302A8, wage differences are lawful if tied to rotation, rational factors such as funding source, programmatic need, or job duties. The tribe's salary floor remains intact. No employee is paid less than the minimum tribal minimum. Wage differences based on funding are lawful and rational. Number 3, equal protection under the OSD Constitution prohibits wage differences. The rebuttal is under Article 12H of the OSD Constitution. States, tribal council shall not deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protections of its laws, or deprive any person of liberty or property without due process of law. The equal protection analysis. Equal protection applies only to classifications that are arbitrary or target protected classes. Wage level is not protected class under tribal law. The ordinance is rationally related to legitimate governmental interests, including aligning wages with federal agency-approved budgets, ensuring wages are reasonable under 2 CFR 200-404 and 200-430, and reducing poverty and income wealth disparities, stabilizing tribal programs, improving recruitment, retention, preventing economic leakage, and ensuring audit compliance. Under Santa Clara Pueblo versus Martinez, 436 U.S. 49 in 1978, tribal laws are upheld unless arbitrary or without legitimate purpose. The ordinance easily satisfies rational basis review. Due process analysis. The ordinance does not reduce anyone's pay, terminate anyone, or deprive anyone of property. No employee loses grievance rights or procedural protections under Ordinance 18-22. Due process protects liberty and property, not identical wages. The conclusion is the ordinance does not violate equal protection or due process under Article 12H. The Federal Equal Pay Act prohibits wage difference. Is another allegation. The rebuttal is the Equal Pay Act applies only to sex-based wage discrimination. The ordinance does not create sex-based distinctions. The Equal Pay Act does not apply to tribes. It is part of the FLSA, which does not bind tribes unless Congress explicitly states so. The conclusion is the Equal Pay Act does not apply, and if it did, the ordinance does not violate it. Number 5, Public Law 638 contracts require uniform wages. The rebuttal is 25 U.S.C. subsection 5324K requires only a personnel system that protects employees. It does not require uniform wages or identical pay for identical qualifications. Every 638 tribe in the country pays different wages across programs. This is accepted by BIA and IHS. The conclusion is 638 law does not prohibit funded level wage adjustments. Number 6, independent contractors or separate entities are the only solution. It was mentioned in there. Independent contractors cannot meet federal program requirements for supervision, timekeeping, reporting, or accountability. Creating separate entities does not solve the wage issue. The tribe remains a pass-through and the responsible party. Alternatives proposed are not viable. Federal cost principles supported funded level wages. Support funded level wages. Number 1, agency-approved wages are presumptively reasonable. Under 2 CFR 200-404 and 200-430, wages are reasonable when they align with the market conditions, the federal comparators, the approved budgets, and the tribe's own policies. Federal agencies approve personnel budgets only after reviewing OPM, GS, the federal wage scales, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, regional data, and programmatic need. Paying the funded wage is fully compliant. The tribe's depressed wage market justifies external benchmarks. The tribe's wage sit at the 3rd to the 10th percentile of the Bureau of Labor Statistical regional data, 3rd to 5th percentile for directors. Because the tribe is the largest employer, local wage data is distorted and self-defeating using external benchmarks. Statewide BLS, adjacent MSAs, and OPM is lawful and appropriate. Okay, and the final conclusion. Based on the foregoing analysis, the proposed ordinance is lawful under tribal law, the federal law, and the ICRA. The ordinance is fully compliant with 2 CFR Part 200, including 200-404 and 200-430. The ordinance does not violate equal protection or due process under Article 12H of the OST Constitution. The tribe has full sovereign authority to adopt the ordinance. The concerns raised are not supported by federal law, tribal law, or federal cost principles.
So if I may, the one key thing that I would say that legally is a disagreement is what the cost principles, particularly of 2 CFR 200.430 stand for. So 430 actually stands for the principle that compensation for employees on federal awards must be reasonable and consistent with the organization's non-federal activities. Paying higher rates solely due to federal funding is generally prohibited. If you read 430, the section, reasonableness, compensation for employees engaged in work on federal awards will be reasonable to the extent that it is consistent with that paid for similar work in other activities of the recipient or subrecipient. So when it is inconsistent, it is violating that section.
I think what happens is, so come June or so, I'll be getting an email to submit for my new budget. I will look at all the numbers, the wage scale, what I already have, the Bureau of Labor statistical data, what I need, how I need to stabilize, what I feel the employees deserve, and I will put that in there. And what usually comes back is, as long as it's not outside of those cost principles, is okay, that's fine. Is it consistent with the tribe's policies? Understanding we have a floor at 1722, and we build on top of 1722, and the tribal council has final say-so to pass the laws. On top of that, like we're discussing, they pass it. They give me the green light, we put it into play, we get it. They do debate me upstairs in the grants committee meeting. They don't like to see that. They say, you guys don't get paid that? Well, it should, because that matters to the community, it matters to the service, it matters to the program overall and the people's lives. And this is what the feds are going to give you. So why not move it to that? So then it goes through, there's no more argument, and then we struggle all year to move the individual's wage to those funded. In the meantime, if we don't, there's a loss of IDC, there's a loss of money in the communities. So here the feds gave you $20, but you only used 10 and you gave the rest back, or you had to use it elsewhere in some type of amendment, modification. That's not fair to the program, it's not fair to the employees, it's not fair to the public, and it's really wage suppression. It's like we're planning to keep our people poor as long as we can. I think the council has the authority to make these laws, to guide them. The programs are going to be coming back to the committee to justify that. Did you follow those stated laws, the wage scale, the rate of labor, why are you paying this one this much? And with my program, say warehouse workers, I'm going to have to be consistent and fair with all of them. They're all going to get fairly similar amount based on their years of experience. And that to me, that's where the fair and consistency comes into play. Within that, it's boom.
Question by Julian?
Not so much, well, I guess it would be a question, and this is more for Georgette. There was an email transcript that was sent to Mr. Little, and in this statement, I'll just read the email, and I'm wondering if this is the same thing he read. As indicated in my previous message, FMS has no restrictions on adjusting program employee salaries to meet the Bureau of Labor statistics for South Dakota for any of the program employees. Salary increases regardless of the amount resulting from the adjustment of program employee salaries to meet these statistics are an allowable use of the FDPIR administration funds. This includes using the funds for back pay if allowable in tribal personnel policies. Given the Tribal Council has approved the salary adjustments according to the tribal policy, the use of FDPIR administrative funds for the purpose is permissible. And this comes from the Senior Program Specialist of the Special Nutrition Programs, FNS USEA.
Can you send that to me?
I sure can.
I've had a communication with USDA before. That sounds familiar now.
It's in the packet. It's in the packet.
Yeah. So, I'm just trying to, I guess, understand where Jake is coming from. Right now, what you're requesting for, Jake, isn't really within our salary scale right now. You said it goes across, but doesn't go up.
Oh, what I was talking about is if you look at whoever developed that started at a number and then put a number down here and it's multiplied by 3.5 or trying to go down like a step. Really, that's a square piece of numbers in a larger piece. That's what I was meaning. It could go down or go up, but our law says it can't go down. But our law has no really terminating factor on it. It's based on funding, really funding and different things, qualifications, job performance, all that.
So I guess when you're looking at our salary scale and you're trying to increase the salaries of all the employees,
Yes.
within the program, you
Entire tribe.
Okay, based on that, on what, I think that when you came in and got your increase, you based it off of that, remember you brought the paperwork
I
through?
based it off the 1822 and it was supposed to align with that, but it's off by like $1 or something. I was willing to round down at the time, but no one even bothered. They said, no, you follow the ordinance, stay at the ordinance. So now when I get my PAN, it says, according to ordinance such and such.
which is the 1822.
Yeah, and the new one passed. The new one passed that works on the 1822, but it was passed in accordance with letter E in the wage and salary part. That's how it was presented. What this year is wherever they are, say we're doing the budget in June, July, and I say these guys are 30/0, 30/0 down, you know, they all do this work. This is what, and they might be real close to that already, right? So I'm gonna account for some cost of living. I mean, for example, 11%, the dollar already went down from last year to this year, 11%, so it's like worth 89 cents now from last year to this year. That's a big drop. So can I account for that and justify that? I'll put it in there because I want the people still to be able to live the way they were, feel appreciated the way they were the year before, and be able to do what they need to in the community for their families. So if Denver says, okay, we understand that, and then they will give you the money for that, so then I will fix it that way. And come to committee and tell that to the committee. And if the committee agrees, then the committee agrees. They don't, they don't. But it is on that scale.
On that,
Yeah,
on the scale.
30/132.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand that. I think this is kind of like almost really taking a really hard look at our salary scale. And I think our salary scale hasn't even been looked at. We haven't even addressed it. I don't know how many terms we've said we would sit down and work on it. I think the last time we worked on it was probably when Cora was the finance chair on council. And I think you're the one that proposed this salary scale, remember, Cora, the last one?
Yeah. There was one after that. Remember Cam came in, Cam, Jake, and who was that? There was about 5 of them. They worked on a new salary scale based on the labor statistics. But at that time, the programs had not received any increases, not all programs, but our 638 programs from EIA had not received any increases for a few years. And we're told that they would not be receiving any increases. So if we approved that at that time, we would have taken program services to give to salaries for employees.
So I guess he says that this is for all employees. So, you know, I don't know how each of those programs, funding agencies look at it. You know, I think you're saying, like with your funding agency, you know, I think something was read that's allowable. And so I think that, you know, that's with the USDA, that the food distribution program. But we can't speak for all the rest of the other funding agencies. I don't know. I know for the longest time, the Bureau of Reclamation, we've always pushed for higher wages for those employees within the water maintenance program, for example, because we felt they should get a higher pay. But because of our salary scale, it kept them at a certain pay rate. So I really think that we really should be looking at the salary scale. And every time we get to it, like we said, we're going to have a working session next week on the financial management manual. But are we going to even have time to do the salary scale? I think that's the piece we need to look at. So I think we should be including that here. We should be reviewing that because they're asking for increases for their employees within their programs. Now Jake's saying for all of the programs, not just his.
So I don't think it's saying just his program, it's saying based on the funding amount for that particular department. The issue you run into, and even looking at the FDIPR Senior Program Specialist, when she writes that, she says, given that the Tribal Council has approved the salary adjustments according to tribal policy, and then using the funds for back pay if allowable in tribal personnel policies. Again, that's separate from saying whether we have the tribal policies that we need. Again, what I disagree with Jake's interpretation of 200.430, which is our reasonableness is going to be based not within a department itself, but across the board. And so they're going to look at for similar work in the labor market. And so if we have a program that has a similarly situated employee, and they don't have a federal program that has the same amount of money allocated to it, there will be an issue with that. So I don't disagree. I mean, you guys have been talking about the pay scale all across the way. I just think it's really important that when you make a salary adjustment in the pay scale, it's not based on federal funding, the differential.
You could, Cory.
I think that if, really to be fair to all of these programs, I think we would need a cost analysis from every program. Based on what the services they provide and how much an increase would cost them and what services that would take away from. I know that at one time they did work on that, and I think they said it would cost like, what was it, 8 jobs, 18 jobs, something like that. So I think there really does need to be a cost analysis before you actually increase. I don't disagree that our employees should be making more, but I think we need to remember that we are based on our funding, and we really should be careful so we don't budget ourselves out of funding. Because the last time our BIA programs received an increase was a long time ago. And most of our employees are BIA employees who get their funding. They're tribal employees who get their funding from BIA. So we really need to look at that before we make any decisions on increasing salary.
Good, Jackie.
I think, when this first came and Jake brought that first one through and it passed, and questions were asked if he's gonna bring that through for the other, tribal employees also. So this is where we're at today. He worked hard on it and to pay people what they're worth. And besides that, our people, when they get paid, where do they go to shop? They have to go off the reservation. That probably eats up some of their salary. So I think that was the intent, is for make it affordable too for people to get things done because of the salary. A lot of them are really underpaid. But I really feel like, I've been approached by people too that they're trying to get an increase, and rather than doing waivers, and because that's the same thing. If we're going to do a waiver, that's the same exact thing, but we're trying to change it to where if the funding's allowed in their programs by the funding agency, then they can come forward and request that for their staff or whoever. But I got people that approached me and I said, well, we're having this meeting regarding what Jake's bringing through on this ordinance. We'll see what it's about, because people are out there watching and wondering how they can get an increase, because a lot of them are degreed. They got degrees, they got capability to write grants, and they're going over and beyond, but yet they're stuck down here. So we need to be fair that way too. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay, Lyle, Julian, Dr. and Jake.
Yeah, just real quick, Cora stated everything that I wanted to say and ask Jake, because I thought about all the other programs too, and if they had funding, but that was just going to be my comment too, so thank you.
Julian.
Thank you. I brought that email up because myself, Donna, and I have been arguing that the pay scale needs to be better for our working class on the reservation because of the hardships that we run into. And the reason why I know that is because we argue about this assistance program. And so I believe what Jake is doing is what we've been asking them to do. Do their research, bring it back to the table. How can we better pay our employees, the backbone of this tribe? And he's doing just that. So I'm not sure what the back and forth is if we're reading it clearly, what it's stating, and he's doing it not just for his program, he's doing it for all programs. And I would encourage all of the directors to do the same thing. If it tips the scale or unbalances the budget, that's where, for the work the director should be doing to make sure that it's equal to across the board. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see why this is, there's any pushback. I believe legally it's stating what it says he's allowed to do, and this covers all the programs.
Go ahead, Alderman.
I think everybody said what kind of touched on, I was gonna say, you kind of summed it all up, Julianne. I do support this, Jake, and thank you for bringing it forward. So we had a lot of conversations about, upping the salary around here. And, just if you up the salary around here, and the cost of living and all that, and people have more money to spend, hopefully they'll spend them at our local stores here, maybe they won't, but regardless, we just need to support this, all the way through. But, Cora, I was wondering, so when do you think we could do that? Bring in all them programs and get their analysis and see what kind of, how much money they have available and go from there?
You wouldn't even have to bring them in. All you have to do is write them a memo and ask them for the information. That way it's available to you.
Second that motion.
Chair. Can you do that motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the motion.
Can I comment on it before?
Yes, go ahead, Jake.
That's why I had my hand raised earlier. Technically, when I'm approaching HHS committee with my budget that has my detailed salaries on there, that's my cost analysis. I'm going to show you guys, this is what I did, the funding agency gave us $4.some million. This is how it is, and it's not affecting program outcome. The funding agency already looked it over as a proposed budget, and they agree as well with all the other, keeping the lights on and so forth. It's all in there. So I come and I bring it to you guys. It's already done. You guys can look at it and say, well, gee, what service are you providing? You're just paying yourself, right? Okay, well, that's when that comes into play. I think to do a cost analysis prior to that is red tape. It might be something that people want to do, but the committee's going to have that chance right there in front of them every time the budget comes around to make sure that it's done properly and you're not taking services out.
I'm not talking about your budget approval, I'm talking about a comparison of what, if they went with the proposed salary increases of where you think they should be, then as to where they are now. How much is it going to cost the program and what services, or if they have to lose any employees to reach that?
So the funding agency will not approve just salaries with no services. It will be built in there adequately enough to provide them services. There's a buffer in there. They don't just give you a flat rate for training or travel or whatever. They look at it and they made me do a detailed training report this time around, and it took me a while, but it's in there. They was wondering why I needed such and such thousands of dollars for that, so I was like, okay, it's this training. You have to kind of calendar it and bring it all out and throw some costs out there. They do that already, so when that budget comes back, it's already built in approval. It's already set up. And no funding agency is going to say, yeah, go ahead and pay yourself everything and let the lights go off. It's not going to happen that way. So you are going to present a reasonable and rational budget, and it's going to be broken down. And then that's going to come to committee based on this ordinance, and it's going to be gone over. And you're submitting the funding, you're to the funding agency, so I don't think there's a problem with that.
So, I guess looking at the paperwork, are we approving the ordinance, the draft ordinance that's in our packet of what Cubby is making a motion on to adjust program wages to funded amounts to stabilize programs, improve services, and alleviate poverty. So Jake has an ordinance in here, and it looks like he's not only looking at the Constitution of the Oglala Sioux tribe, but he also is wording things in there from the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. I mean, there's things in here that he's taken from the United Nations, but he's also talking about the Constitution. So is that the ordinance that we're going to be passing today? And it sounded like you already went through HHS committee with this?
It went through HHS and we're here now. They said attorney review would come to here, but based on our attorney's discussion, I added some of the stuff we've been talking about in the end of a different ordinance if we want to read this one instead.
Okay, because this one here, it's going to be up to the program directors anyway to put this all together in their program. And they're also going to have to get something from their funding agency supporting it. So that's the other part of it I'm reading. Directors also, we put in their job description that they should be able to write a grant. But then we never compensate them for that. We say, oh, it's other duties as assigned. But yet, they write grants and they bring those grants, get approved, and they bring money in. But what happened a couple years ago or so is when they started to increase giving them an incentive, then that kind of just killed it. Council didn't want to do it no more. They said, well, we give them a merit increase and then we give them an incentive because they wrote a grant and it got approved and got money brought into that program. So, those are some other things that happened in the past with these directors. But I will say that there's directors out there that work hard and they do bring in grants. And they're asking that, could we at least get some increase in our salary? If they can at least just increase our salary rather if they don't want to give us the incentive. So those are things we need to also think about for these programs. Because I will say that there is some programs that are doing that. And so we need to at least, be thankful that they're able to bring in a grant and, help, provide these services to our people, our Oyate out there. So I understand where Jake's coming from, and I know you said you made some changes to the ordinance, so could you maybe tell us what those changes are and if our attorney reviewed those?
Jake, keep it copied?
Yeah, I sent it to the attorney and I posed that question. Maybe this one could be sent forward. And it was a part of that email thread and I attached it.
Give it to Ned. This one here, we have our packet, probably a different one, maybe the first one.
It's the same thing, but then the legal jargon is listed behind there and some points to kind of shore up the wording, kind of what we've been discussing anyway.
Good,
With all this, you said you went to HHS and they told you to come here?
Yes, it was passed.
So after, you handed out, their attorney reviewed everything, so what do you need from us to do? Just to prove it?
To read off the amended one with the legal findings on the back and then vote on it. And then
Yeah, I was kind of confused on if we was gonna do the cost analysis on that, but you said that's red tape, it's already in there, right?
we have to come to the committee to show.
Each director's gonna have to.
Yeah, we could break it down by percent, put in a pie chart, do something presentable.
Okay.
And they have to give us a letter from the funding agency.
Maybe you can give a class to the directors.
Give them the directors.
Stressing me out some more.
Cause I think some of them might be kind of confused, cause you know the process on this, cause he started this a long time ago, and then now he got it down, but some of them might be a little lost, thinking. Some of them will probably catch on, but you have a few that probably won't, so.
I think it's not to be negative, but it's a matter of application. Just kind of reading it, but I have to talk to, I can visit with them, yes, definitely.
So, I'm good for
think one good thing is to keep in mind is that the IDC numbers really go up,
Yeah, salaries,
really go up.
that would help.
I think we had 1.5 million to even as high as 3 million in our projections the last time we was doing this, like 4 years ago, of IDC. That would really help us in the back end, provide services, support us.
Stand it too small, you know it.
Motion on the floor by Donald to approve something from council. Second by Jeremy. Julian, do you have a question?
I'll ask after.
This one?
Or maybe I should ask prior. Will you be requiring certifications and additional requirements for work? You would need to justify their pay raises, correct?
Well, it'd be in line with prevailing wages and the existing salary scales and what the statistical review of the Bureau of Labor Statistics website says. Then anything else we can justify. If there's like I like to call it a poverty principle. It costs a little bit more to exist here than it does in a city, and there's data showing that. So if someone says 5% or cost of living based on the weakness of the dollar from last year to this year, put that in there, and then it might.
So yes, you would be encouraging growth.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Dave Kelly,
No.
Lyle Weston,
Based on what legal said, abstain.
Julianne Spotted Bear,
Yep.
Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Jeffrey Sears, Donald Gosper,
Yes.
Elaine Little Thunder,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston. 6 yes, 1 no, 1 abstaining, and 1 not voting.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Can I make a comment?
Go ahead, Cora.
You know, I'm all for giving people more pay. But the key word in here, or the key phrase is adjust program wages to funded amounts. It's really not fair to our BIA programs. It's really not.
Well, we still have to go from council though too, right? So, yeah, we have to discuss it there too. So. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jake.
Okay, here's what I read off from the record.
Okay, next we have Ty Livermont. You want?
Hello.
Go Ty, you're next on the agenda. You can give some of that.
Okay. So basically, my letter was in regards to requesting around $5,000 for the American Indigenous Business Leaders chapter for Oglala Lakota College. And back up after a brief absence. So we really direction on what we needed to do for funding or what we had available for funding until it was a little bit later. So we really didn't have a lot of resources to have fundraisers until around LNI. And so during that time, I think it was about $200 to $300 that they raised for a star quilt. OLC does not assist us with any It's not an OLC sponsored chapter. So that's kind of where we're at right now. So to send us 4 students to go
Ty,
is,
Ty, hold on.
it's harder to, oh, sorry, yeah.
Ty, you got a question, Mike? Go ahead, Donna.
Chair, I think we should just, send this to youth affairs. What? Try to study youth though.
Yeah, we'll send it.
Should I send it to youth affairs?
That'll be Friday.
This Friday?
Yeah.
Ty.
Yes.
Is that your name? I'm sorry, is that your name, Ty?
Yes, yep.
Ty, this is, Donnie Westbrook, Walking Dictionary. Here's what we're gonna do, we'll motion this to youth affairs, and that will be on Friday, right, George? And we could, address it there, because, people got a little funding over there, and it's a maybe, we could, to help you out. So could you, sign in on Friday, or come to the meeting?
Yes, absolutely. I can sign in on Friday.
And where's that, George?
It's around Big Crew Center.
We're gonna have it at the Smart Big Crow Center if you wanna show up. So.
Okay. Is there a Zoom link for that one too? I'm located in Rapid.
Yeah, don't get it.
Lynn will send it to you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you guys so much.
Well, motion is to youth affairs.
Okay, thank you so much.
Motion by Donna, second. Second by Sonia, sends to youth affairs. Okay. Education.
Dave Kelly,
Yes.
Lyle Weston, Julianne Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, John Ringles Bear,
Yes.
Blaine Little Thunder,
Good.
Sonia Lilhawk Weston, 7 yes, 2 not voting.
Motion carries. Okay, well, agenda item number 8.
You what? There's no.
Okay. Donna, is you gonna do yours now, or?
You do it after.
Okay. Trina, you're.
Good afternoon, committee. So I am here with an issue. I had been at EB&D on Friday in terms of getting our official comments submitted in terms of the, it was a mining issue. And so we had a XB meeting on Monday, and this new issue came up. This one is to file an injunction on the mining permits that were approved at Peshwa. So the state, the U.S. Forest Service, or South Dakota anyways, they approved these permits, and so they're actually going to start, I believe they are drilling and mining at this point. But it was a meeting we had on Monday morning, and it was a group effort of all the tribal chairmen's organizations. Anyways, they met on Monday, and so we kind of talked about filing an injunction on behalf of the Oglala Sioux tribe against the mining at Peshwa, and then to join a group through the Great Plains Tribal Chairmans to also file an injunction on that. So we're asking for permission to have Attorney Gunn start the process of the injunction paperwork. And I know he said it's going to take several weeks, and so we kind of wanted to get the ball rolling on that, and just to approve that.
Go ahead, Julian.
I thought we approved this already last week.
That was for the comments on the second application. So this is to file an injunction, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'd like to motion to approve because I brought this up on Monday during education meeting because I believe on the south side, there are folks up there now with chainsaws, we don't know, and I asked, I believe the perimeter is 5 miles around Peshwa, And so I asked another rep why we weren't taking any action. So I'm glad it's here. That's my motion, is to support it and move it forward.
A motion by Diane, second by Donna. Go ahead, Donna.
So there's people there now, as we speak, trying to mine or drill?
They actually are, I know we had a call out just, I think it was Friday after the ED&D meeting, that there were people actually out there, ready to drill. And so it's alarming that they disregard our sacred sites, and, you know, we want to get this going right away.
Yeah, so, it's kind of urgent. Is Steve be a guy for this?
And he's actually, on Monday we discussed it, and so he just needs the permission to start the process.
All right, second.
I thought they were just meeting on it today.
Steve Kelly,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Julianne Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Jeremy Gonzalez,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Don Ray Goldsberry,
Yes.
Wayne Little Thunder,
Question, what's the motion?
approve attorney gun to file an injunction on the mining and drilling at the Edgewell site. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Sonia Little Hawk Weston?
Yeah.
7 yes, 2 not voting.
Motion carries.
I have a question. So with the injunction, does that have to go to full council, or how does that work? Yeah, since it is a legal action, and I know they said it may be costly, they haven't given us any kind of info.
So we can send that to XB for him to start it. As far as the repayment, then we would need to prove it at finance. Correct me if I'm wrong, Cora.
Steve Gunn is a regular attorney, so he doesn't get paid extra for outside jobs like this. But the filing fees, the witnesses, the attorneys that he's working with, we might have to supplement them. That could get costly. So, and normally, I believe when an injunction is filed or a major legal action taken by the tribe, it's taken by the tribe. Like you forward this to tribal council.
So do we need how soon does the injunction need to be submitted? Because I know if they get their permit approved, they're ready to start now. So we're sitting waiting to make that decision. Do we need a special to approve it? Because we have another 3 weeks before our full council meeting.
I think we may need a
Let's call
special.
Steve.
And we actually discussed that yesterday.
It went
Hi,
through
Steve.
XB.
This
Yeah.
injunction thing,
They got it right here in the
does it
packet.
need to go to council or can they send
There's another one back for this injunction, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's already approved.
Yeah.
That's what we're voting on now.
okay,
Or do you have to send it to council?
okay. So, you guys approve right here, is due to no longer.
Like, are they gonna need to
For
close
the
the council?
injunction.
Gary Pruitt is in the finance part.
So it says given authority to XB, so.
Yeah,
Alright.
so they could beat on it then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, with Steve Gunn.
So we could send it back to XB, and then you could make a report at council if you need further action. Okay, alright. Okay, alright. He said we could send it back to XB, and then he can make a report to council after it's filed and everything.
That's Steve Gunn?
Yeah, for any further actions.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead and then.
Run it again? Yeah, I'll just add 2 forward.
Okay, she just added it, she added it forward.
Thank you.
All right. Number 4. pass out, right?
I put this in the packet.
That one too?
We have that.
Okay, we got a newer one to pass out too.
Okay.
But no, I guess, you know, this, maybe started this maybe like 3 months ago, maybe 4. I actually thought about it way before that. Trying to utilize our own land and trying to help the tribe generate income. What other way is that, better than that, is maybe farming our own land, or ranching our own land. Because I'm telling you guys, these non-members and that are ranching our land, they're getting it cheap, real cheap. And those are the guys that are, when they sell their product, their commodity, at the end, they're the ones that are getting good prices. So the first one that we started out with was a gun range, a mile-long gun range. And we looked it up, there's only 4 of them in the US, or 5. With that though, you know, we could get a lot of people come here to utilize this range. Not to mention, you know, BIA rent it out. I mean, probably, not to mention maybe someone in South Dakota. We never know who could rent it out, but I know there's a need for it. We was waiting for Sean, but he's not coming. He's chemo went right to answer the land questions. But that first one, the gun range, I just want to know if the committee had any questions about it. Wait through EB&D, then
Well, no, we got a question by Cora.
okay.
You know what, I think this is a really good idea there, and to start up, I think we can utilize the SSBCI to start, to do the startup loan. Because, you know, we don't have money in our back pocket, but we could get money, and that SSBCI could help us get the money to start this stuff. Man, the subsidies this year for hay and soybeans and alfalfa in Bennett County, there was several people who got over $1 million leasing tribal land. It's ridiculous.
Cora, say that again.
It's ridiculous.
Go ahead, Sonia.
Plus, on top of that, I think, you know, we were told in our last land committee meeting by Sean is that we probably will be getting back some of the insurance money on that.
Right on the drought.
Yep, on the drought. And so he did kind of give us some numbers, which were kind of quite a bit. And so, but the guy's going to come in March, or I think it's April, right, to give us a report on it. And that's to be used too for a lot of it, like infrastructure and things like that, fencing, whatever else needs to be done. So I think there's some sort of resources that are probably going to become available. But, you know, I know we did approve of, I think this at the EP&D committee, Cubby, but did we take this through land committee too?
We were supposed to address it a few times there. Like, remember it was dropped it? It was supposed to be on the agenda then, but it wasn't on there.
Yeah.
ABC was a deal for then. I'm just being proactive. I brought it here because we need a financial part. I guess after this, I'll have to send it back to plan.
Yeah, I would think so too.
But I just wanted to get the okay for finance because there's a little bit of finances that are dealing with it. But you know what, you guys, I wanted to tell you guys this story. And it's the people that lease their land, they all have a little buddy system going on to keep the land low, get it. Okay, so you're looking at $25 an acre. Sometimes they'll just shut up and say, hey, I'll cut you in, and let's bid at $10 an acre. It goes that low, and BIA, if there's a tract of land and somebody offers to try at 10 cents an acre and nobody's utilized it, they'll get that for 10 cents an acre. And there's a system set up like that, you guys. That's why, I mean, I don't gotta tell you guys, you guys all know this, but I mean, those stories like that just get me mad. And the last bidding they had over there at BIA, Andre Oscar told me this, is that there's a family from Wall, and he said back in the day, me, Dad, and Grandpa used to come down here and bid the minimum and wouldn't get all the Indian land. He said that bid the minimum. So that tells you that's a generational farmer, that's been generational ranching and farming our land. But, you know, I just wanted to see if we could get this off the ground. You know, we got 5 tracks up on Coon Table. It's 5, right, which equals 800 acres, and we wanted to do a pilot project. There'd be alfalfa and grass. If you guys want to look on the report back here, got a little bit of numbers for you guys, what it costs to kind of get it off the ground. And I know time's kind of essence right now, because that's why I want to bring the finance and get closer and closer to spring. But we came up with a total of was it 180?
Good afternoon. So when you're looking at totals, I just wanted to clarify a little bit. There has been a few changes since we had created this earlier this week. It originally says for no equipment, but there will be a couple of pieces of equipment that are needed. But right now, from a lot of the pieces that we're seeing, they're ranging from 10 to 15,000. So it's not significant. And then the seed, a lot of what you see for the last page in a fully loaded option in terms of needing fertility, needing all the testing. We're using a higher quality seed, so a lot of that's going to get mitigated within the higher quality seed. So originally what we're looking at now, it's an improved number of, it was originally 48,000 for the seed, and then plus another 10 to 15,000 for the equipment. So it's still far below the original number that we come up with, 127,000. And just to give you guys a little bit of scale, I'm sure you guys are aware, but on a conventional setup, similar to this, in a conventional farming operation, you're sitting around anywhere from $320 to $350 an acre. Right now, with the cost that we're showing you and what we're going to be getting out of it, we're sitting at about $60 to $80 an acre. And then just to give you another point, like how Cubby said, we're looking at, for this area, this same area, if we were to lease it, we get about $20,000 out of it. Whereas if we were to farm it ourselves, we're looking at well above $215,000 to $240,000. And then, yes, and that's something really, I can't hit that hard enough within this, is that these are very conservative numbers. This isn't a big push at all. So.
I guess I just have a couple of questions. What equipment, because I don't see it listed, what equipment will you need to purchase, and who is going to be running the program? Are you going to put it on the land? Okay, so you'll just need to hire people to actually plant.
Yeah, so the equipment that we're looking at is the cultivation, a drill and a cultivation seeder. Yeah.
The one that stabs the holes in the ground?
Yeah. And shoots them in there?
Yeah, and we got the land office has the equipment, the heavy duty ones, the tractors. Yeah. We just gotta get the parts like that to it. And even you Les and them guys are gonna help us just to get off the ground, and you know, it's gonna take more planning and more, I guess, effort from us committee and the council to back this. Because you guys, it really is, we need to do it. I mean, it'll create jobs too. You know, it's just utilizing our own land.
And I think one more part to really, I guess, touch on this is that this is being a pilot project, so being very specific and intentional with the defined amount of acres that we're using and defined costs. So that way, but there's a bigger part in here that I really feel has been missing, and I worked next door to BIA for quite a few years. Don't hold it against me, but in seeing that, I'm starting to reform federal employees group 2 later, so if you guys want to join, let me know. But from seeing that and seeing models, there's a lot of areas there, especially with the BIA. What this is going to allow us to do is collect data. That's something that hasn't really been done to this level on this scale. And so to be able to actually have finite numbers for production costs, for weather, whatever it might be, ecological monitoring, so we can really dial this in. So that way, The next piece after that would be scale, or even more beyond that would be a model that would come specifically from the Oglala Sioux tribe, built by the Oglala Sioux tribe, made for its members. And so I think that's something that's even bigger that's coming out of this.
Also, too, committee, if this is farming, we can take a look at ranching too, into the future, but, that's something too, where we can make a good amount of money on, you know, the ranching part too. Cause we can't touch, I wanna touch on that too, the range units, you know, that's a whole other story, it gets me mad, worked up, but, you know, we should just start ranching our own land too, so.
Go ahead, Dave, and Lyle.
Where's this land actually located?
It's up on top by, Cookie Table.
Yeah, I know the whole area we're at.
Originally, there was solar project there.
We had that land description in the last packet.
There's the track numbers on top of it. There's more tracks.
You said that's where they were, the location where the solar project was projected?
Yeah, there's the
So that's where.
where the solar field is supposed to be. That's
So,
it.
that's the area right beside the cell tower?
Cell tower?
Is that the area?
Yeah, because remember it's not just basically.
You know what, you guys, I don't know, I just remember Sean showed us on the map, we had a description here, but, all I can say is up on top of Cookie Table, it's a 3-4 section, it's not a big area up there though, you guys. So what you looking for over there? What do you, I mean, you just want the exact location?
Yeah, because that falls in my district. The other thing is, you know, and don't get me wrong, I've been farming and haying that Badlands loamy sand for years. And you guys are wanting to start out with alfalfa, which is all right with specialty crops, but in order for that to take, you ain't gonna produce anything for at least 2 to 2.5 years, maybe 3. Because the roots go deep and it takes a long time to get them established. So you may end up getting one cut if you're lucky. But there's a lot of fatty clays up there too, which don't grow anything. What is the result for that other than?
And you know, we could take a look at other spots too, we don't have to lock you up there, that was just the first available land, Sean said, he said there's other places too.
East of Kyle.
Yeah, there's other
There's lots of
places.
east of Kyle.
I'm just pointing it out.
Well, I'll just let you know there's other lands, I mean,
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, we thought about that too, because it's not, hasn't been touched.
That's, I do know the acreage because I had some issues with the land committee. They let Shane Coombs, paid all for free.
Where?
That spot that you're talking about. And, Alan, we didn't get anything out of it. That's why I had some concerns on that. But yeah, I do know the area very well.
Lyle's not in your district or is it in his district, that Cookie Table up there?
It's in mine.
I thought it was Oglala.
It used to be. When they
There's no
redid
real
the
boundaries.
lines, that's what, Slim Beans used to be ours too, but it's in theirs now.
No, it's
Well, committee, I just brought this forward, you know, it's just something to try to start trying to generate revenue. There's other places that we can look at, I get what you're saying, Dave, but, you know, you're only one vote, so.
But it's not nothing about voting, I'm just pointing out some issues that you're gonna run into.
And I understand that, though, but if there's that, I'm bringing a project forward, of course we're gonna have resistance, but you should get on board instead of scrutinizing every little thing that comes up.
I'm not, I'm actually just pointing out good facts because the soils have already been tested.
Excuse me, point of order here, I want to say, we didn't ask you guys to use your mics, and also would you wait for the chairman calling to speak, so you both aren't speaking at the same time, thank you.
Where did you come from?
Go ahead, Dave, you still have the floor.
I'll let it go.
chance, then Julian.
I just had a response, but Dave, you're absolutely correct in terms of the soil content. Because we're doing our small survey on it already on some of the limited data that we had. But when it comes to organic matter, when it comes to alfalfa, especially in the soil type that you're talking about, I mean, there are ways around it, like I said, for one, going with a higher quality seed. And if we don't have to, but we did have a lot of corn there, but the type of amendments that we would put down, as I said, it's been in my background, it's something I've been doing most of my life in terms of agroecology. So those are definitely concerns and valid concerns, but that's not something that we're not prepared for. So.
Just to continue on with your suggestion, I wouldn't say let's turn to soil as you guys have recommended. There's a no-till solution. It'd be way less cost effective for you guys. I'm just saying, man, I know that whole area inside and out. I've lived it, so.
Go ahead, Julian.
I just wanted to state that, although I support this, Councilman Kelly does bring valid concerns up in whose district it is. I know we say it's, there's no boundaries, but clearly there are from this conversation. And when we talk about building or doing any type of infrastructure or having any forward-thinking plans, you know, Watomani also has a lot of land, and those of Wongli can use some development as well. But I just want to bring that to mind that, you know, I don't think it's necessarily pushback, but I believe our people would have that argument, well, who's it going to be placed in? And, you know, did we take this back to the districts? Because as you know, myself, I've been pushing for more land for Pine Ridge District because we're getting grouped into not having the space to build. So we're looking for outside areas as well.
Go ahead, Lyle.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. You guys come up with the site for the range?
Ranger?
Gun range?
Oh, no.
Nothing yet?
There's a few sites that Sean was showing us, but nothing concrete.
Okay. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, it has nothing to do with boundaries, but I just wanted to make sure I was aware of what's going on, because I have to answer to the people in the district. So with that being said, you know, my other thought is looking at your guys' budget. It's not really broke down well enough for me, but I understand it. But have you guys already thought about looking at the CPK money? You know, we haven't even opted that other than it's going to tribal land department, and we don't know yet. So that'd be an option for funding, I'm just saying. Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Got a question real quick. How much water do you need to be successful? Inches, you think?
So the good thing about that area, I mean, people may look at it either way that you want, because people can say right now that we're in a dry area, when typically it's pretty normal right now. But that area, especially in the Queen Table, they refer to that as a Black Hills escarpment transition zone. That's where a lot of the storms break. So a lot of it's dry land farming. So
Yeah, I'm just saying that because, I mean, everybody talks about, I mean, you need water, we all need water for just to live, but in order for you to get your crop to take root and to get a cutting of hay or whatever to grow in, you're gonna need X amount of water. If you don't get that water, then it's gonna be dry, I mean, you know, that's all I'm saying. Thank you.
I think what Mr. Kelly was saying is there's around like 400,000 that's CKP money, around 400 some thousand, so show that out there. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, we're actually gonna have a discussion with that next ENBD with land, and I believe I asked for Ospro to be there as well, because that money's supposed to go specifically for agricultural ventures. So
Go ahead, all right, Dave.
I don't this is something I was gonna say too, like, even all the districts, district entities could get into this too, like as a actual entity. So we have something you guys can take back to the districts too, you got districts that do your own product too. Either way, we just need to start utilizing our land however we do it and making money off it, we make money off it. That's just where I'm going with this. Just want to try to make money, that's it. A lot of people are making a lot of money on their land for pennies of a dollar, so. But whether or not, thank you guys for hearing this out, so. Go ahead, Dave.
No, I just wanted to add to Buzz's question, there is a South Dakota common alfalfa, or you can even go with red clover. But you're gonna have to create defoliation in order to make that stuff actually start growing, and you probably understand that. But the other thing is, there's a dry land alfalfa that really, really works good. And you don't really need necessarily a lot of rain, because what's already underneath there is what they're gonna go after and draw up to them. It's more of a hydroscopic, draws what moisture is in the air to get it going. The other thing is, I actually did bring this up to the land committee, and I always question why we got rid of the honor farm. This would be a good avenue, Don Roy, to actually look at reducing the sentence on some of our prisoners. And that's what the honor farm used to be years and years ago. Help them work off their time sentence, So yeah, it could work. Just saying, man, especially with cattle prices right now, and I do know for a fact how you can't buy a day-old calf for less than $1,500, man.
Slap the ground.
Yep. And that's taking a chance right there, trying to get it up to 30 days.
Good, chance.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to rehash again. I should have prefaced that this is the beginning part of it, I guess, like I said, with the pilot, and it's from the tribe. This is from the tribe, and so to me, I would say it's tough, especially being in the districts and in every district, but as far as ownership, it's the tribe. I said, in terms of anyone who wants to come to the table, by all means, it's just what we're getting started. But I think we're just scratching the tip of the iceberg. I think the other part to mention with this as well is that, like what Dave mentioned with no-till, I have a whole slew of solutions for a lot of things, but we're starting small. We're kind of baby stepping this with what people are familiar with when it comes to alfalfa and almost conventional farming. When it comes forward, but there's a lot more, not just from scale, but from method, whatever it is you want to talk about. This is just the beginning of it, so I just wanted to start with something that everybody was familiar with, something that would have maybe a quick turnaround. And then yes, as far as the budget, I completely agree. I just kept it pretty general, so people can kind of see the overview of it, but I have another broke down version if that's something you want to see. But like I said, yeah, this is just getting started. This isn't something that is the finality of it. This is just getting started.
So I'll make that motion to approve this and send it to land.
Okay. And then I had a question, or comment question, what you want to ask?
That was gonna be, my question though, is are we moving forward in encouraging the utilization of the SSBCI? Are we gonna approve this dollar amount presented to us? And if so, what about the funding? Where did we talk about where that's coming from? Because we're just approving again, but where is it coming from? Because I support it, but are we approving which dollar amount are we approving? The 127,000? Okay. So I think we need to identify where that funding would come from.
Recording in progress.
Okay, I have a question by Dave and Jeremy.
Just a recommendation. The SSDI money means, it's gonna go through a review and then it's gonna be approved by a bank as a loan. That is gonna have to be a whole entire business plan. And if you're gonna get seed in the ground, right now is not the time. You can do it in late March, and hopefully it takes, but your best option is to go in August. So you can look at I would refrain from the SSBI, but if we know we're gonna get money from CPK, maybe obligate that money, and then ask where else she can come up with the initial startup, and then when that money comes in, she can reimburse the general fund. That's just an option, guys, to start. But
I like to reimburse her idea.
because I think that money's gonna come in a lot quicker than if you go through that SSBI stuff. Because you can simplify a farm business plan as compared to if you're going full blown and you gotta go through the bank, get the approval, so.
Good, Jeremy, Donna.
Again, this is something we were gonna discuss in EBD, and this is something that, because what Sean told us was, we covered our premium this year,
Yeah.
and that we were going to be getting our first check at this end of March. It wasn't the amount of 400,000, and whatever we had in any drought month after was gonna be money on top. So 400,000 wasn't the final number, it was just what was projected, what we're gonna get right now. So, and I don't wanna delay this, I think it's a great idea. I would like it to happen, and if that's something that, just taking out a general and refunding through that, I don't know if that's legal or not, because I know that when Sean brought it up, that we had to have a separate account from the general fund for this money, because there were legal issues that other tribes ran into by having it in their general fund. So I think we should have this discussion in EBD next Friday.
Hold on, I got Donna and Sonia.
And I was just gonna say too, is that, if you guys wanna help out with this, more than welcome, you guys could help, because this is gonna be a big project, and more the merrier, because I just don't want it all on me and this guy's shoulders too. I'm taking a chance to try to get something off the ground, but I do need help, you guys, so, thank you.
Yeah, I think we also, maybe with what Jeremy is saying, it should go to EB&D at this meeting, but at the same time, with this insurance on the drought, the guy specifically said it had to be used for certain things, the money. So we have to make sure of that. So when he does come back, make the report, we'll kind of know more. Because we could say, well, we'll take action and reimbursement from general fund, but if we can't do that, then we need to know that up beforehand. So we should wait until this guy comes and gives us the report, tells us the exact amount of what we're going to receive on this, on the drought insurance. And when is that going to be? Next Friday? Next Friday? So I think we should kind of maybe move this to, if it's.
Yeah, I'll
okay.
modify it to EB&D.
Okay, then we can sort it out there. I'll second that.
Go ahead, Julia.
I was just gonna say exactly that bring this to the table of EBD in that discussion while all they're present, so we can approve it.
Okay, and the motion by Lyle, second by Sonia. Send this to EBD. Go ahead.
Dave Kelly,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Julia Spotted,
Recording in progress.
Yes.
Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Don Ray Wolfberg,
Yes.
Blaine Little Thunder,
Good.
Sonia Little Weston. 8 yes, 1 not.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, then we're about to gun range, so we'll decide on that. Is it upset both of them, the gun range and the pharmacy?
Yeah, send them both there, yeah.
All right, thank you. We'd like the committee on.
I have your stuff.
All right, next next we'll jump around and get to 20 model.
I brought back, Tony was going to do it, but she had a meeting with the ALJ. So, I brought back the, engagement letters or service agreements between Baker Tilly and the tribe, and also Oglala Sioux Telecommunications. I'm not sure exactly what questions he had on them or if there was a problem with them from last week, but I know they were tabled to this week.
She said she would want to be on next week.
Who? Connie?
For a while, we
Okay, because that statement of work for the OLT is totally separated, so I guess that was requested.
Go ahead, Dave.
You know, I didn't get to read the entire master service agreement, but I did jot down a question right off the top. On that second sentence for Oglala Sioux Tribe and Oglala Sioux Telecommunications LLC. Because Oglala Telecommunications is its own charter, don't you think it'd be a separate agreement?
It normally would be, but all of the grants that are to Oglala Sioux Telecommunications are under the Oglala Sioux Tribe. So we're still responsible for that money and we're still required to report on it. But there is a section at the end that is specifically Oglala Sioux Telecommunications.
And, yeah, what portion is that? Because I haven't read that far. I only got it as far as, section 9.
It's pretty dry reading, huh?
Yeah. But, I guess my other question is on B. I highlighted that for some odd reason. Client agrees that Baker Tilly has the right to utilize client data to improve internal processes and procedures and to generate aggregated, de-identified data from the data provided by the client to use for Baker Tilly's business purposes with the outputs owned by Baker Tilly. What does that exactly mean?
Where is that?
It's on section 9, page 4 of 8B. I just can't understand what that means.
The way I understood that whenever that was discussed in our conference call was that they collect data to provide services better. Like we're one of their tribes and our processes are different from their other tribes. So they collect the data. If we have a better process, then they could suggest that to the other tribes, or if the other tribes have a better process, then they could suggest that to our tribe to adjust our processes to make reporting easier. That was it. But they're not going to tell the other tribe, oh, we got this from OST. Or they're not going to tell us, oh, we got this from Shakopee or any other tribe like that. They'll just say, well, this works better for another tribe, so maybe we can suggest that you use this. And this is large, so I would think it would need to go to council if you do approve it and forward it, or else just forward it, however you want to do that. actuaries telling the accountants what needs to be prepared for 26.
Yeah, but, didn't we have an agreement with VIA for the 24th?
These are not the auditors. These are the CPAs that help with the pre-audit work. The auditors are
I
with,
thought that's what Purnell and Associates did, and then Bill Baker Tilly was the auditing firm.
Purnell only does indirect cost. Whipley is the auditor. Parnell does indirect cost, they're indirect cost specialist. And Baker Tilly is the CPA firm that comes in and helps with audit prep to make sure that we have everything in mind to have Whipley do our audits.
What's on it?
You know, Cora, I was talking to Tony the other day when I gave her that call, and she was saying they were going to work yesterday, and they had working on the 24 financials.
Right.
So those are 24 425s.
No, those are separate. The 425s are done by the accountants, and they're working, before you do an audit, you have to have your trial balance and your balance sheet and all of those financials, the major financials. That's what Baker Tilly helps with.
Okay, that's what they were working on, the financial side of it, for 24.
Yeah.
And so the 425s are still being worked on right now. And I heard you hired Mr. Messer back, Gilbert, which I'm really glad, you know, that that was something that had to probably get done.
No shit.
But, yeah, he's back, and I think he's really knows those programs that he's over, and he knows what needs to get done, so I'm really thankful that that was able to happen, to bring him back on board to do that work. I think that we really need to work on these audits. I really do know that when we went to DC a couple weeks ago, that was some of the things they asked us. Is your audits done? So in DC, they know that we're on sanctions, and they know our audits are still not complete. So we had to talk and tell them that 23 is going to get done in April. So I'm hoping that it does get done in April, because that's what we told our congressional people, Foundation and IHS. So I think that based on that, they're questioning about the audits too. So I'm really glad that we're able to get that done, the 24th. So what we asked Tony is if she could get us something in writing. Last time she made a report to us, is to put it in writing like a plan, like a schedule, to say 24th is going to be, or 23 is going to be completed on this time, at this time, and then 24, and you know, hopefully we'll get 25 done. Because I think with IHS, their 25 is due in June, is what we were told. So we're just really hoping that we can get our audits up to date now. And I think that that's something that was questioned up there.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so we can get something like that from Tony, not just verbally, but to put it in writing that this is a schedule of when the audits will be.
Right, and we are ahead of schedule, because the 2023 wasn't scheduled to be done until June, but we've already submitted it to the auditors. So they take about 6 weeks to complete it, that's why they're saying the end of April.
Cora, since we're ahead of the schedule and by 24 we'll probably be done soon, but 25, when is that due? Is that September?
Some of the programs are due in June, and some of them are due in September. And I believe that as fast as the accountants are working and records, that we should have it done by September at least, probably before that. I believe the timeline though did say December for that one, but we're trying to complete it before because they're moving so fast now doing all of the financials and everything.
Yeah, that was just a concern because diabetes, they're saying they all have to be complete. You don't have to be caught up, so that's good to hear that it's gonna be sooner.
Yeah, that's what we've been prioritizing upstairs. Tony has been asking the accountants to do their 425s as quick as possible, and her, Ariel, and the rest of us have been working on the audit stuff. So the girls in my office are helping scan to make sure that we have all the documents to send to the auditors.
So, once those 25 is done, we're off-site shifts?
Yeah.
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 Recording in progress.
I just wanted to say in a couple of weeks, we're gonna be going back up to DC to, when the President gives the testimony to the Appropriations Committee. But also, we're gonna, we're trying to schedule us to meet with Secretary Kennedy. So Jennifer's working on that too. So we wanna meet with him directly.
I think they talked about the FSA loan too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're gonna try to meet with them during that time. So that's something that is a plan, so I guess, I know Jackie and I are gonna go back up, but I don't know anyone else is, I guess, welcome to come and be there, but that's what Jennifer's gonna do this time. She said, we're gonna try to get Kennedy to meet with us.
I'm trying to talk Dave into going to the FSA.
But you don't wanna go.
Get him off the rails.
Yeah.
I used to go and you guys could accuse me of lobbying. Huh? But hey, Cora, I got a quick question. George, the statement of work for the Oglala broadband portfolio on the last one you referred to.
Yeah.
I just kind of cruised through it and what? So this is a 4-month contract just for this portion?
Yeah.
Due to them not spending the money?
Due to them having a COVID grant and not having any financials for it.
Oh, okay.
So it's to catch them up, bring them current, and then after that, because the other grants are tribal, well, even that business grant was tribal too. But they just need to bring them current because they have no financials right now.
At all?
At all. Except for under the NTIA, and there was one other grant that were given in the name of the tribe. But the 4-month thing is to get the financials for the COVID business grant that was given by the tribe to them.
So, the last time, I think one of the conversations we had, there was, what, 800,000 that was unaccounted for? Did you ever track that down?
The 800,000?
Yeah, it might have been more. I'm just roughing a number out on all this broadband stuff when the money was transferred out of here up into Rapid City and then coming back.
No, and that's what Baker Tilly is trying to help them do, because all they have are their bank statements. Because at that time, they hired an accountant, or I think he was an accountant, wasn't he? I can't remember his name. But they were doing their own bookkeeping for supplies and whatever. So that's why they need someone to help them to do the financials. That was for 24, 25, and they were trying to get them done before we submit the 2024 audit.
Okay.
Committee want a motion to move it to full council, approve it, or is a motion to forward it? Go ahead, Jackie.
Make the motion to approve and send it to council.
Okay, motion by Jackie, second.
Attorney's already reviewed. So,
Georgette?
Yeah.
Okay. Motion to send it to Georgette to review for the full council. By Jackie, second. Second by Dave.
Dave Kelly,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Julian Spotty Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Uh-huh.
Don Ryan, not willing, Lane, Sonia Little Weston. 6 yes, 2 not willing.
Motion carries. Okay, next we have item number 9, request from Angel Mills.
What's that about? It's in the package, they're, it sounds like she was.
Something wasn't paid.
Has something to do with the tribe's insurance. She put her email in it. We didn't tell her she was supposed to cancel it, and she was still getting billed when she left employment.
Go ahead, Jackie.
She's not here, but Cora, who's the one that kind of looks over the, this marketplace?
What's her name over at, she works up to, in benefits.
Randy?
Morrison? Yeah.
So wouldn't we have to refer it to her?
Yeah.
And then whatever she finds out, she can bring it, if it's the tribe's fault or whose fault it is.
So when did she quit working? She's not working, is that what it is?
Yeah, she's not working anymore.
Do you know when she quit?
Was it termination or just quit?
So I think, there's always a problem there sometimes, when someone resigns, that information doesn't get to benefits. Maybe payroll gets to PAN. I don't know if benefits is on that PAN where it shows people quit so they can take them off benefits or whatever.
Yeah.
So I think there might be some.
That's supposed to be done by Randy. Whenever the PAN comes through and she gets it, she's supposed to take them off the system. That's been a long time issue.
Yeah.
But under COBRA for the continued health care, they're allowed to utilize their health care for 6 months after at their expense. So they're supposed to pay for it. But they're allowed to stay on the tribe's program for 6 months.
But if they chose not to and they're still getting billed for it, then whose responsibility to stop it?
Randy.
They're all, yeah. So I think if we just send it there, she can find out.
I think you should forward it to Michelle.
Michelle?
Yeah.
So I'm going to forward this to Michelle.
Angel Mail.
All right, next is the number 10, request from Lonnie Clear.
Cora, would we be able to assist this request with 8 star quotes to this, I think, special education graduates up at the school? Would the youth affairs maybe can look at this, or should be the tribal education agency? Well, that's why they don't pay the right to work fee, so they wouldn't be eligible package or BIA.
I think, this is a special circumstance because they're special ed kids. But we need to consider or make sure that it's known that it's because it's a special circumstance. Because if we open the door for buying graduation quotes, then every single school is gonna request graduation quotes. And we haven't done that in the past.
Did we do this? Because it sounds like we did it before, the way she's
For
signing.
special ed,
Yeah. So did that come to education committee or?
No, before, there was council, wasn't there, you and Al John that paid for them people? Yeah, they paid for the servants before.
Either we can look at the 8 graduates that she has and see who they are, and then we can go from there. Maybe the districts could help with that. To pay for maybe 1 star quote from each of those. So maybe we could get a list, maybe Lynn could get a list from Lonnie for what district they're from. So, and I'll make that motion and maybe bring it back next finance. Then we can find out then what the districts are from.
Okay, motion by Sonia, second by Donroy. And the vote ready, right?
Cora, I have a question. Are we still able to move travel money?
Yeah,
Recording in progress.
sorry, yeah.
So the total for this is what, $350 a blanket?
No, I think the cotton ones are $250,
$250?
so it would be
$2,000?
$2,000.
I'll go ahead and, if I could, write you a memo to move 2,000 my travel, and I'll go ahead and do this for them.
Yeah.
Okay,
George,
good.
I can help with that too.
4?
Huh?
4? 4 and 4?
4 and 4? Yeah.
Okay. Me and her will do it.
So I guess you'll need to run.
Yeah, don't have to have that motion. So Julianne and Lyle will split that cost with you.
I was just gonna say, I think, the Pine Ridge School gets, the most money on their res. And, they can utilize their own tribal contract support dollars, right? I'm just saying.
I'll still do it though.
Was that 1,000?
Yeah, 1,000.
Okay, next one is the Lakota Council of Tribes, Inc., Andre Martinez.
Those are those ones, these were given to me from the president's office. From the president's office, so these come in every year from the prison. This one.
Yeah, don't we have a line item, Cora, somewhere for the prisons? Remember we had somebody that was kind of the liaison that would go and visit the prisons.
It used to be under the president's office.
Vice President.
No, it was under the president. I think the only time it was under the vice was, when Tom Porter was the vice president.
So I think we should, I don't know if they have a line item there in their budget. It sounded like it came from within their budget, so maybe they should look at their budget then and see if they have this in there. And they could maybe assist them with whatever they can. So if they have it, so make a motion to forward it back to President's office.
And the next one too is from the President's office.
What is that one? Forward back to Youth Affairs. Yeah.
Item number 11, forward back to the President's office, small for to Youth Affairs.
Yeah,
Okay.
the number, what was it, the number? Yeah, number 11, you put back to President's office.
Okay, motion by Sonia, second. Jackie.
Yeah, just refer them back.
Just gonna refer back, all right, we'll just,
Have a, comes from the
yeah,
President's office.
no motion, just refer it back. Good, all right.
This number was called.
Thank you. So committee, this is for the restructuring of the FSA loans? Oh, this is for the restructuring of the FSA loans. We talked about this last week in finance, and this resolution will be for them to be allowed. Lynn, did you get a copy of it? My apologies, I'll forward it right now. So you all.
Lynn, Jennifer Hughes, a minute that, you scroll through. Yeah.
Did you get it?
Okay.
Can you get that to
Like
everyone?
there's,
I can go copy it, you guys want copies?
Can we do it? It'll be quicker that way.
Doesn't make a request. Small split up can be put to a real job. Not that we'll reconvene.
I know, I don't know how we're gonna fit in there. So while she's getting that request, or getting that printed out, I just read the resolution too. Oh, here it is. I'll read the resolution so you can hear it. Resolution of the, and my motion will be to send it to XB. Resolution of the Executive Committee of the Oglala Sioux Tribe authorizing, directing, and approving the President and the Treasurer of the Oglala Sioux Tribe to negotiate and enter into the proposed 15-year loan restructuring agreement with the United States Farm Service Agency regarding the Oglala Sioux Tribe's FSA loan. And I'll scroll down to the fifth whereas. Correction to the fourth whereas. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe participates in the United States Farm Service Agency Indian Tribal Land Acquisition Program and has entered into 14 loans through the 1980s to purchase allotted lands within the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation to help consolidate the tribe's trust land holdings and address the problems associated with the fractionated interest in the land and lots of allotted land within the reservation. And whereas the FSA loans have previously been restructured and the Oglala Sioux Tribe has received previous write-downs on some of the FSA loans. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe last made payment on the FSA loan on January 1, 2021. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe has previously sought and continues to seek to relieve itself of the oppressive and burdensome debt associated with the FSA loans, and the annual loan payments have hindered the tribe's ability to strive toward economic self-sufficiency and provide for its members. And whereas as of March 1, 2026, the Oglala Sioux Tribe owes a total of $6,550,356.31 on the FSA loans that accrue interest at the rate of 5%. And whereas 11 of the FSA loans are set to mature on June 25th, 2027, and the remaining FSA loans are set to mature on February 5th, 2030. And whereas the FSA has agreed to restructure all 14 FSA loans for an additional 15 years and at an interest rate of 5%. And whereas the Finance Committee of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council has considered this matter and concluded that while the overall amount paid on the loan will increase with the restructure, the smaller incremental payments of the tribe pays twice a year on the loans will be more manageable for the tribe. And whereas the Executive Committee of the Oglala Sioux Tribe agreed with the Finance Committee's conclusion, now therefore be it resolved that the Tribe Executive Committee of the Oglala Sioux Tribe hereby authorizes, directs and approves the President and the Treasurer of the Oglala Sioux Tribe to negotiate and enter into the proposed 15-year loan restructuring agreement regarding the 14 FSA loans with the FSA on terms that are in the best interest of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its members, with the representation, advice, and assistance of Hopstrauss, Dean, and Walker LLP. Be it further resolved that nothing in this resolution shall constitute or be construed as a waiver of the sovereign immunity of the Oglala Sioux of the Oglala Sioux tribe to waive the sovereign immunity of the Oglala Sioux tribe. So my motion is to approve and send it to XP for approval.
For that amount, is that, can XB do that amount?
They're not approving the dollar amount, it's a negotiation, or does that require council decision? So if it requires council, I believe there's a time limit, or a timeline that's attached, we might need a special for it.
Go ahead, Jackie.
I think, when we met last week, there was a deadline, right? March, end of March or something? So we did the letter before, to do the write-off. But we said we'll come back with the restructuring because we have to have a plan B in place. In case that fails, we gotta meet this deadline also. So I think that's why we're here with this.
So we may need a special. I would motion to have a special in the next 72 hours, because there is a timeline on here, and if we don't need it, there's a possibility the treasury will step in.
But the fifth member took on it too. Remember her, Booster?
Oh, yeah. And then we can include the fifth member's request.
Okay.
Well, let's go to XP.
All right, so we have a motion for a special.
So you want that injunction on there? That was the item.
Okay.
Add that to it.
What is the 5% work out to be?
Say it again.
What is the 5% work out to be?
It doubled, I believe it could be 12 months.
Motion by Julian, second. Second by Jackie. Go ahead.
So the special will have to be next Wednesday, the 15th?
What's that?
What's the date for the special? Next Wednesday? It has to be 3 days.
Right. Remember with the 5% interest rate, raises it from 6 months to 18 after we're done paying it.
Yeah, maybe we can do that special first before law and order, and then we'll continue on after. Yeah, FSA.
Okay.
This is just one item, so.
Dave Kelly?
Oh, yeah, law and order.
No.
Lyle Weston?
Yes.
Julian Spotted
Yes.
Jeremy Rosales?
Yes.
Jackie Sears?
Uh-huh.
Don Ray Goldsberg?
Yes.
Sonia Littlehawk Weston? 6 yes, 1 no, I'm not voting.
Motion carries. And that's it for the agenda.
Well, I have one more item. The request to waive the FOIA fees for request number 2026 FSA 02935-F. I'd like to motion to approve that and send it to the executive board for the president or the treasurer's signature. This is the letter requesting all the FSA loan documents that we were unable to get a hold of. And so they have to do a FOIA request. The dollar amount that it's going to cost is $5,668.09. I'll forward it to you as well then.
Motion by, good, Dave.
Didn't Stacy say she was making us packets for all the documents on the FSA stuff?
No, this is to FSA.
Yeah,
The
yeah, no,
information from there.
okay, so we're still gonna get packets of what this tribe had done in 40 years?
Did she say she was gonna make packets? She told me I had to request what I wanted from there.
Because she did send an email with everything, and in that email, she said she was gonna make everybody packets. So I was just following up.
Go ahead, Sonia.
I think a while back, I think we did receive a bunch of information from the president's office, I think, on the FSA. So they did give us, I think, a bunch of documents at the beginning of that loan, and it just kind of had a bunch of other information in there. So I think that came from the president's office. So I don't know if that's the same information we're going to probably get from Stacy, but I know we did get some information on the FSA.
Okay, I have a motion by Julian, second. Roy.
You have to pay that? Is that what?
The letter is request on a waiver, a fee waiver. And I forwarded you the email as well.
Dave Kelly,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Julianne Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Don Red Wolfbear, Sonia Little Hawk Weston. 7 yes, 1 not voting.
Motion carries. Norman and Dave Poyer had a couple items with you left, so I'll be it for the agenda. They present nothing to me or something, they work, so.
Motion
Motion to adjourn.
to adjourn.
By Lyle, second. Roy. Sonia.
Dave Kelly,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Julianne Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Don Red Wolfbear,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston. 7 yes, 1 not voting.
Motion carries, thank you, committee.
Chair, did you send a thank you letter to President Trump for firing no?
Just gave her a different job.
That's good, different job, pretty good. A beat-up job.
That's
You're right. Sure did. I said Mullins is just as dangerous.